Welcome friends to another r/ProRevenge video. Did you know that the like and subscribe buttons down below were making fun of me? The only way to get revenge would be to hit them. That'd mean a lot if you did. But with that being said, our first story of the day is by P.G.S. Dixon, Silly, Lighthearted Office Revenge. This happened several years ago, but I was thinking about it today because we're putting all the Christmas stuff away in the office where I work. Our office Christmas decorations used to include a goofy wooden reindeer that annoyed one of my coworkers. It was sort of a minimalist abstract thing, maybe about 8 inches tall. I'm not sure what it was about this decoration that bothered her so much. She thought it was hideously ugly and wanted it out of her sight. She had a great sense of humor, and we joked around together all the time. At some point, it became routine for me to place the reindeer on the middle of her desk when I showed up in the morning. She'd gasp when she arrived and saw it and throw it in the trash. I'd eventually grab it from the garbage, and we'd repeat it all the next day and get some laughs. This happened all holiday season until we put the decorations away at the end of the year. In fact, it continued for several years in a row. One year, I didn't pack the reindeer away at Christmas. I held on to it until summer, and my coworker found it on her desk in the middle of July. She appreciated my persistence, but decided it was time for her to get the last laugh by taking the reindeer outside and driving over it with her car. After driving over it, she even backed up and gave it another go. I couldn't let it end like that. I took the splintered bits of wood and glued them all back together. She found a now slightly misshapen reindeer on her desk again the next day. She took it away with her at lunch and disposed of it somewhere off property, never to be seen again. For good measure, in the months that followed, she'd occasionally pretend to forget about the episode and ask me, "Hey, whatever happened to that ugly wooden reindeer?" That next Christmas, I was on eBay looking for Christmas presents, and by chance, I found a nearly identical reindeer. A light bulb went off, and I knew it was time for my revenge. I ordered that reindeer. I shipped it to the office, care of my coworker, and it showed up just in time for the holiday. She was rather surprised to get a package, and initially thought it was probably a gift from one of her kids. I'll never forget the look on her face when she opened it. After laughing for a solid 2 minutes, she admitted defeat and displayed the reindeer on her bookshelf permanently after that. Are you the kind of person that if a running gag starts occurring like this, you try to keep it up for as long as you can? Or would you say you're the kind of person that gets burnt out on these kinds of gags after the first 2 or 3 times it's done? Let me know about you guys down in the comments. Our next story is by anonymous poster, Sister-in-Law Revenge Countdown T-3 hours. Backstory: I've been a good person my whole life, and so basically a doormat. I started enacting consequences last year and basically just blocking people and kicking them out of my life. Unfortunately, the time has come for some pettiness. For 19 years, my in-laws have ignored me except to insult me. My sister-in-law and I were trying to connect a couple of years ago. I thought maybe she was a better person than the others when she married into the family. So sister-in-law and I shared information about ourselves with each other. We were both lifelong members of this one religion when I shared I was no longer part of the religion. I didn't just mention it in passing, I told her my entire life-changing story, and she even commented on it. When Christmas came around, sister-in-law specifically hand-wrote what I no longer believed on a card for myself, my husband, and our kid. Hurt and offended, I let her know that I'd confided in her and it was hurtful for her to handwrite what she did, knowing I no longer believe. She refused to take accountability and basically made excuses and said she'd do it again. So this time Christmas rolls around and she sends gifts for my husband and my kid. She leaves me out, as I'd said I no longer trust her to get me gifts or cards, but she didn't even ask what I celebrate so she can get me something appropriate. I personally feel she should have not gotten anyone gifts or consulted first as to what she should do, as with couples, it's rude to just ignore one. This may not seem like a big deal, except this has been a long-going pattern for many, many years. They make zero attempt to get to know me and make zero effort for me. Another example is at family dinners, with them knowing I'm a vegetarian and sometimes vegan. It took nearly 20 years of dinners where I have to bring my own food, and they act like I'm rude when I bring my own dish so I have something to eat before my husband and I stopped going to dinners. To add more to the story, my brother-in-law married to my sister-in-law likes to push my boundaries even though he works for us, even though I determine his pay rate. I told him I no longer celebrate birthdays, but he forgets and wishes me happy birthday anyway. He actually has a weird compulsion to do things people have asked him not to do. As we've gotten complaints from customers and coworkers before, he also doubles down and refuses to take responsibility. Unfortunately, he's our best and only person in his exact position, so we want to say firing him is a last resort. So, after deliberating last night, here's the plan. Sister-in-law hates desserts. She insists she's overcome her eating disorder. She's been a healthy weight for nearly 8 years. They actually stopped celebrating Thanksgiving and actively try to keep desserts out of the house. She gets upset when people bring her kids unhealthy food and gets upset when her husband brings desserts home. In other words, she gets upset when others don't consider her. I have always been considerate of her, and when I hosted dinners, I'd ask her if the menu was okay with her, and I never included any dessert. Not freaking today. We're gonna hit up the bakery for cake, donuts, ice cream, cupcakes, and cookies, and drop it off at their house. The kids will be home, and we're gonna make sure they know dessert is here. We're gonna make it clear. Oh, it's not for you, sister-in-law, it's for your husband and kids. You know, because it's the right thing to do to just leave someone out and not consider them, just as she insisted. I wonder if they were treating the husband bad the whole time too, because as much as OP makes it clear this family doesn't respect them at all, it seems like the husband never really got too involved. I guess you would think that like the husband standing up for OP or trying to advocate against their own family that, hey, they should be a little bit more attentive or caring, might have actually had some influence or swayed things, but I guess not. This next story is by Harlem Harlow. That's not milk. I just got told the story by my mom about my grandma from way back in the day. When my mom was little, they used to get their milk delivered by the milkman in glass bottles to the door each week. She still does, but that's besides the point. However, they had a milk thief, which rightfully pissed my grandma off to no end. Cue her revenge. One week, grandma was feeling particularly malicious, as once again, she couldn't have her morning cup of tea, so she hatched a plan. The next week, she woke up extra early to be there when the milkman made his delivery. She thanked him and took in her fresh milk. Then she put out an identical set of milk bottles filled with white paint. Never had an issue with the milk thieves again. I'm just imagining some milk thief going to, I don't know, pour a bowl of cereal or a cup of coffee or something. They go and tilt their little milk bottle over, and all of a sudden, the surface of whatever they were eating is just covered in this white, disgusting paint muck. It probably would be a pretty good incentive to say, stop stealing this. This next story is by Hot Dog Age 20. I got my ex dishonorably discharged. So I was engaged about 2 years ago to a terrible man who was in the army. He was abusive, controlling, and honestly, he was just plain stupid. Like, he didn't believe in evolution because he believed in creation. During our relationship, we bought the home he grew up in, and we were going to live there once we were married. I did not want to buy this home because his mother and his family still lived there, but that's a story for another day. I'm embarrassed to say that buying that home was what broke us up. So, time goes on, I met someone new almost immediately, and he can't let that go. He contacts me via email and Venmo. Yes, he sent me money. And regretfully, I engage with him somewhat. It all came to a head when he randomly gave my number to a friend of his, and his friend threatened to come shoot me. His exact words were, "You're going to taste the end of my gun." Well, that didn't go over very well with me because my ex was caught on camera coming by my job in my parents' home. So I called his chain of command, which really wasn't that hard to get a hold of, and emailed him the screenshots of that message and various others and the video clips of him driving by. He got dishonorably discharged. I only know that because his mom called my mom in a rage over it. She never admitted that it was her son's fault for harassing me, resulting in his discharge. Still gives me a chuckle. I think for what they did, it's a very good revenge, but it kind of is a little spooky too because now this guy is dishonorably discharged from the military. They probably have next to nothing to lose. For somebody that was threatening, or at least like secondhand threatening, that kind of stuff, and actually driving by these places and showing up, I feel like a police report should have gone with this military report. Our next story is by Broadway Girl 865. I purposely made my neighbor late for work. I, 22-year-old female, live at home. We have a neighbor, M, who's renting out the rooms in his house to K. K's been living in the room now for about a year. She has 3 cars for no reason. 2 are Camrys and the other is a Sentra. Before she moved in, my sister and I would always park in front of our house. My dad made it a point that we were to only park in front of our house because 1, he thinks it's rude to park in front of neighbors' houses because it's front of their property, and 2, we have security cameras that are only pointed at our property, so if something were to happen to our cars, it would be on camera. Now that Kay lives there, she parks 1 car in the driveway, another in the middle of the street in front of M's house, and the other Camry in front of our house. There's no room for another car anywhere. The street that can fit 4, maybe 5 cars, now only has 2 cars on it. My sister and or I don't have anywhere to park, so we have to go to the neighborhood over to park. A while ago, my dad put the trash cans in front of our house as per usual, and when I was coming home from work, I got stuck behind the trash picker-upper guy, and he passed our house. I noticed that the trash can was up on the curb and Kay was parked where the trash cans were supposed to be. They're usually on the street, and once it emptied, Dad takes it to the house. The trash was full. Kay moved our trash cans to park in front of our house. I ran the trash cans to another block to see if the trash guy would still take it. Another neighbor, B, saw me doing this and helped. B helped me bring them back and told my dad what happened. Dad went over to Kay's and told her to never touch those trash cans again and to stop parking in front of our house. He explained why. Cameras, my daughters can't park, etc. It's now December and it has not stopped. My dad called M and asked him to talk to Kay. We heard M yelling at Kay, but it still hasn't changed anything. A few days ago, she parked the Camry in front of our house and took the Sentra out. When I got home, I decided to park in front of her, blocking my parents' driveway and leaving no room for her to get out from the front. My sister got home and I had her parked behind Kay's Camry and left her no room behind either. The next morning, I was getting ready with the window open and Kay asked me to move one of the cars so she can leave and that she was running late. I told her I was taking a shower and she'd have to wait. It's not my fault she's running late, and if this was such a problem, she should stop taking up so much space with 2 little cars. She struggled for 20 minutes, but did end up getting out. Since then, I've been doing this daily, and my family and other neighbors like B help by telling me how close to get. I really don't understand why this one lady has 3 cars, but also they had 3 cars. Why be stubborn about the one that's blocked in? Just take one of the other 2. There's definitely something weird going on there, like no insurance or something, maybe? And our final story of the day is by Complex Banana 9211. Something went missing? That's strange. I met my current housemate when she was renting a house that I moved into. The house had heaps of space, and it was never cluttered apart from the fridge and freezer. Every now and then, she would randomly decide that the kitchen drawers, etc. needed to be cleaned out, and would throw away anything she deemed to be useless without asking anyone if the items belonged to them. My things would disappear from time to time, but I gave her the benefit of the doubt because a lot of people would come and go. We had to move, and just the 2 of us decided to get an apartment together, so we decluttered all of our personal belongings to start fresh. We haven't even been in this apartment for a year, and my stuff would still go missing forever if I left it anywhere other than my bedroom or bathroom. Girl, what did my unopened can of organic pinto beans do to you? I was home alone around 2 or so weeks ago and took it upon myself to decide that there was a little bit too much clutter. To help her out, I took just one, of her electric hand whisker whisks and put it in the bin. I completely forgot about it until a few nights ago when she was making herself dinner and needed the electric mixer. My bedroom backs onto the kitchen so I can hear everything. It started off with a few searches of the kitchen, which then led to what sounded like the entire kitchen being torn apart to find this one whisk attachment. I sat in my room having a little giggle to myself for what seemed to be 30 minutes or so. She eventually gave up and used it with just the one whisk. It was a small victory, but oh boy, it felt good. I assumed she went and ate her dinner, but the cherry on top was about 20 minutes later, she came back for a final round of "Where's the whisk?" only to be defeated once again. You know what, guys? I figured it out. Whenever you go to do laundry, when you turn your back and you're not looking, there is a random chance that this lady will show up where your laundry is being done, pause it, take out 1 or 2 of your socks, and then disappear. That's where they're all going. Special thank you for the crappy couple. For a decade, I lived and worked in a rural summer camp community. The staff body was only 50 people at peak season and far less in winter, so we were all in each other's pockets. Relationships could get intense real quick. The year I arrived, I brought my college girlfriend with me and we worked in tandem. It all went fine until the following season when an oafy, slick-haired British guy showed up to run the games department. 2 things were true about him. 1, his accent sounded like Hugh Grant had a child with Beavis and Butthead. And 2, he had a singular goal of finding an American wife as soon as possible so he could permanently root and escape some legal issues back home. He immediately started dating a girl from the office, and things were whatever. She got weirded out when he brought up marriage 3 to 4 times in the first week, but she stuck around. At the time, I was more focused on trying to keep things afloat with my girlfriend as it was rocky, and the high season schedule was 16/7, so no real time to take it easy. The season progressed and everyone was exhausted, all day, every day, giving everything they had. In the tiny bits of time I had off, I spent all my efforts trying to fix my relationship, but my girlfriend just kept doing this weird hot-cold thing and never giving straight answers. Finally, with the end of the season in the crosshairs, she comes to me out of nowhere and essentially re-pledges her commitment. It's us, it's you and me, let's make this work. Great, I'm happy. Soon we'll have a reprieve and we can go celebrate. The season ends, people are packing up, etc. Suddenly, I realize the girlfriend is gone. Not just, oh, I went to town gone. I mean gone. All traces vanished, car and bags alike. A few people give me weird looks and then scratch their heads awkwardly when I ask about it, and I'm confused as crap. After a week of no contact, she finally answers her phone and admits to it. She's been sleeping with the British guy and they're getting married, which they announce on social media shortly after. So, me, the office girl the Brit was dating, and 2 other girls he was messing with on the side all find out what's up the same day. Bombshell. To say people were upset is the understatement of the decade. There was blind fury. Anyway, so we fight, I shout and hang up, we go dark, and I take a 6-month trip overseas to clear my head. The following season rolls up, and who decides to proudly come back and strut around the community again? The lovely couple. Yep, my ex and that bag of chortling douche, rings on their fingers and freak you for judging, all day, every day, in my face. Those 2 jerks pranced around that community like celebrities, telling clients about the proposal and how cute it was, getting his and hers towel sets, that crap. And the best part was that they even booked the site itself for the wedding. In the middle of the season, right in front of all 4 of the scorned exes that they screwed over. How exciting. Anyway, I'm dealing with this the best I can, and one day, British guy shows up on site from an off day with an ATV. Not out of place, as the camp already owned one for communal work, and we did live in the woods, but this was a personal one. He had just up and bought it for himself so he wouldn't have to wait for the main one. It was flashy, brightly painted, and fast. He then made an immediate announcement to everyone at the next all-staff meeting that absolutely no one but him and his fiancée were even allowed to breathe on it. It was solely for their exclusive benefit. He then spent all day riding it around and showing off, stopping occasionally to brag about it and do his little laugh with pursed lips like he was gargling balls. And that night, just to show off his prize even more, he barked it in a big swooshy display right outside the staff house for all to see. That freaking guy. Well, I finished my work that night in my mini yurt office around 1 a.m., and I'm walking back down the hill to my tent cabin with my headlamp bouncing in the dark, and I cross paths with this ATV. I just couldn't anymore. I tried, but I was all out of high road, and all that was left was petty rage. This thing was the literal symbol of prideful betrayal dancing in my face. So, I positioned myself, clicked off my headlamp, and let fly a stream of justice. No, not the ordinary quick and light kind. This was the all-day running around in the burning mountain heat, dehydrated concentrate kind of justice. the thick, lemon acidic, angry kind of justice. It went all over the seat, the dash, the throttle, the controls, the tires, the gas cap, loop-de-loops. Oh yeah. The next morning, no one noticed, so I went about my way. Watching them ride it around and sit on the seat was definitely satisfying. So the following night, I finished late as usual and found it again in the same spot for round 2. For days, I peppered that thing with all the nighttime retribution I had. I wondered for a while if they suspected anything, and then one morning I saw them standing over it and talking about, is it tree sap? Maybe a dog or raccoon's jumping on it at night. We should park it in the sheds, etc. But here's the thing, I was a site manager and I had keys to all the sheds, so justice found them again. That's right, I kept this up for 10 nights straight, no matter where they parked it. I found it and struck even more true with the sword of yellow destiny. Finally, we just kinda stopped seeing them ride it, then one day it was gone for good. Sold. And at a loss, I heard. Poor little fellas. Anyway, they eventually had their terrible little wedding. I left site and got smashed, and moved away, never to return. While it may have been petty, I'm still satisfied every time I think about it. All I know is, judging from this story, OP needs to drink a little bit more water. I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, you shouldn't be having acidic, lemon, thick, angry kinds of justice. I'm sure it's pretty hard to stay properly hydrated working in a situation like that though. If you had an ex that cheated on you and they came over with the person they were cheating with and they were flaunting their relationship and their toys like that, and you had the opportunity to, let's say, desecrate them a little bit, would you go for it or would you try to take the real high road? Maybe letting them live their petty lives together is the true revenge. Let me know if you would serve some justice in the comments down below. Our next story is by an anonymous poster. Mom refused to acknowledge my help, so I reversed it all. So my mom makes costumes for my old dance studio. Recently, she's been very stressed trying to finish them all. My mom is a genius at making costumes, and I could never bring visions to life like she does, but I'm quite good at putting the finishing touches on the costumes, specifically the jeweling of them if I have a template to go off of. The jewel she uses has glue on the back, and you use a heat wand to heat it up and glue them on, so it's super easy to use, and she already had one of each costume done, so I knew exactly what it had to look like. Anyway, I decided one night to help her out and finish up a good 95% of the costumes she had started on my own. And every costume I did was identical to the one she originally did. I didn't expect for her to pay me for it at all, I just wanted to help her out. In total, I spent almost 30 hours straight locked in her costume room finishing them, while she was asleep and at work. When she came home and saw they were done, she came and asked me if I did it, and with a big smile I was like, yup. She literally just said okay and walked away. Not even a thank you. I was a little pissed, but I figured she probably just had a long day at work, so I left it for a bit. A few hours later, I went and told her that it kind of hurt my feelings that I didn't even get a thank you, considering I put so much time and effort to help her and surprise her. She responded with, well, what? Do you expect me to pay you or something? I never asked you to do it. I tried to tell her that I didn't expect anything, but it wouldn't kill her to give me a hug and say thank you. It turned into a massive argument, and in my anger, I spent another couple hours pulling off every single jewel I had put on the costume. It isn't going to do a thing to the costume or anything, because even if the glue had left a mark, a jewel would be going to the exact same spot to cover it. Probably slightly overboard, but honestly, if she's not even going to say a simple thank you, then she doesn't deserve the help. I guess you could argue that maybe OP overstepped their boundaries a little bit, a situation where they weren't expecting that all to be done. Maybe they were stressed that they had to review all the work that was done to make sure it wasn't done improperly. Or maybe they were just being a definite jerk. If they actually did have a legitimate concern, you would hope that they would at least voice that rather than saying, "What, you want to be paid for it?" That alone makes them definitely an entitled parent and a jerk. I just wonder what the real underlying reason is for them acting like that. This next story is by the Fabulous Bomb. Complain that my washing is distracting you at work? Fine, I'll do it out of your working hours. Me, 27, significant other, 28, grumpy housemate, R, 32. R moved into the house share that significant other and I have been living in for a year and a half, 3 months ago. Before, it was just me, significant other, and our other housemate. Our other housemate is very lovely, and we all have our routines that work perfectly around each other, and if anything doesn't work, the conversation's just a very polite heads up. However, R is grumpy. He works from home and refuses to go into his office, even though they have said that people can, and they've set it up to be safe for everyone. He wears the same thing every day and puts on maybe one wash a week. This is relevant. And refuses to wear a headset even when working from home. My significant other works in an office, and I work in hospitality doing lots of night shifts. Thankfully, I don't finish too late and I'm close to home. This works perfectly as I wake up and do some housework, like putting on the washing, while significant other is working. Then when I leave at 4:30 p.m. for work, significant other comes up an hour later and finishes everything. R messaged my significant other on Thursday and requested that we only do washing when he, R, isn't working, because it's inconvenient to him and disrupts his work, or that we do less washing altogether. He didn't say anything to me though, and generally refuses to message me at all. He's also told us off for doing things like leaving a pan on the side to soak because he doesn't like the look of it. And he moved the entire fridge around on his first week so that he has more space, rather than just politely ask us to move a carton of milk. Now I have some sensory issues and chronic health issues. On Wednesday, I had a bad day with both, and I was in bed all day with a cluster headache. R likes to slam every single door, constantly slams everything down, and stomps when he walks. I sent him a very polite message just asking if he could be more careful, as I had a cluster headache, and I do have some sensory issues that were just worsened by the slamming. He apologized and then continued to slam everything, so I was pretty pissed off. Even significant other said that it was horrendously loud when he got home. So in comes my petty revenge. After R continued to whine about every little thing I did this week, I've decided that I'll agree to his terms and do washing at times when he's not working. So tonight, I've put a wash on for a delay wash. It'll start at 5 a.m., which causes no inconvenience for anyone else, as our other housemate actually leaves for work at that time, and significant other and I tend to use white noise or headphones when we sleep. I'll continue to do this until R says something to significant other, at which point significant other will point out that he requested we do washing when R wasn't working. This is a pretty good thing to do, they're not respecting your wishes. I want to say though, if you want to truly subscribe to their ideology, you apologize for it, and then just go do it anyways. Oh, I'm sorry, followed up by the beep of the washer starting. Our next story is by Crimson Delight 1. Cheat on my best friend? Have fun listening to my music? So my best friend used to live next door to me with her now ex-partner. They threw a house party a week ago, and her ex cheated on her with her other best friend while they were in the same house. She's since moved out and left him there. So, the petty person I am, I've been playing my music blaring with my windows open. Songs like Forget You by CeeLo Green, Freak You by Lily Allen, and F You by Miley Cyrus, ABCDEFU by Gail, Short Richard Man by 20 Fingers, you get the picture? What are some more songs like this so I can keep it going? All the story truly did was remind me how much of a banger Forget You by CeeLo Green is. Hoo hoo hoo! This is actually a pretty fun question though. Are there any other songs that you can think of that would be perfect for this kind of situation? Let me know in the comments. And our final story of the day is by Scatterbrained Bookie. 10 cent an hour raise for management role? I don't think so. This was quite a few years ago, but was thinking about it this morning. I was working for a major company that likes to say, "That was easy," working in the copy center. Our copy manager was let go after being suspected of theft. I'd been her right hand for 2 years, so I knew all that was needed to be done daily. So I stepped in to keep things going. For about 3 months, I did this without a pay increase, even though I was basically the manager of this department. My yearly review came up, and they offered me the role legitimately. They told me that the pay would go from $9.80 an hour to $9.90 an hour. Again, this was 15 years ago. They wanted me to take on a full management role for 10 cents an hour raise. So I said yes, as I was doing the job anyway, but started looking for a new job that day. the petty revenge comes in. With accepting this role, I was then to be sent across the country for the yearly copy symposium for a weekend. I accepted an office position somewhere else for $12 an hour the day before I was supposed to leave on this business trip. I went anyway, spent the weekend learning things I'd never use, eating and drinking on the company dime. Offer me 10 cents an hour to manage your business? I don't think so. I just kind of hope that there was a situation where OP could say, the reason I left, the reason I quit the way I did, is because you promoted me to a manager and gave me 10 cents. I hope OP got to tell them, pay the people what they deserve to be paid, and maybe they'll stick around in the future. But judging by the general state that the "that was easy" company is in, they probably didn't do too well even beyond that point. Screw me on my bonus? Make me do 2 jobs? Enjoy the backwater you earned? I apologize for the length of this in advance. This happened some years ago, but still seems relevant today, so I thought I would share the story. So back in the 90s, I was working for a European-based financial firm. US offices were managed by Europeans with a regional head office in New York. Younger employees were generally underpaid and overworked, as in your first few years out of college, the promised reward was being promoted to a director position where the salary, perks, and bonus structure would really kick in. Kind of like how a law firm promotes their younger lawyers to partners after a long wait. As junior associates, the only good news was that we received the same 5 weeks of vacation per year, plus a few weeks of sick leave, as our European counterparts, which for me meant a lot of camping and staycations during the summer, since I didn't really make enough to travel to exotic or expensive locations. The offices were set up in a way where the business development directors each had a junior associate. The business development guys would generally network, schmooze, and travel around their territories to meet clients and new prospects. Once back in the office, the business development guys would dump their meeting notes on the desks of their junior associates to follow up and land the business, aka a hunter-skinner model. As a junior associate, I was pretty busy assisting a business development director, so I routinely rolled over at least 2 weeks of vacation every year. I had worked at the firm for 3 years and was starting to get antsy for a promotion. Right after Thanksgiving, my boss in the West Coast office told me that I was being transferred and promoted to the Southeast office come the new year. I really had no interest in working in or living in the Southeast, but I wanted to advance my career. I rolled over my usual 2 weeks of vacation into the next year, so I was eligible for 7 weeks of vacation that next year. After celebrating New Year's with my family in California, I packed up my car and drove across the country. Once in the new office, I settled in and met my new boss, who promptly informed me that he wasn't actually promoting me to director, though I was being given the responsibilities of the role, as he judged me to be too young, but was also told that if I demonstrated that I could do the job, I would be promoted next year. I was pissed but didn't have a choice other than moving back home and starting from scratch, so I agreed to it. I disliked my new boss instantly, as coworkers told me he was flaunting his management perks, which consisted of large allowances for housing and automobiles, which were paid for by sales production from employees like myself. Turned out he was related to a serving member of the board of directors back in Europe, which is how we got the job as a regional manager. Everyone knew we didn't have the skills to do our job, so we just collected fat checks, went to expensive restaurants with friends, and billed it to the company as client development, all the while leasing a new Mercedes every 2 years on the company's dime, while generally being a jerk to everyone who worked for him. During the first week, I also met my junior associate, Jeremy. We sat down and discussed some accounts that I'd inherited that were in backwater locations none of the other directors wanted to visit. Jeremy was professional, but I got the distinct impression Jeremy hated me, though I don't know why. I started traveling around to meet my clients and prospects over the next few weeks, usually spending at least 3 or 4 days on the road, back in the office on Fridays to go over follow-ups on business leads with Jeremy and execute whatever paperwork needed to be taken care of. About a month later, I returned from one of my trips and learned that Jeremy had quit. It turned out that he'd been mad that he'd been passed over for the position that I'd been given. I couldn't fault him, as I probably would have done the same thing. I asked my manager to hire someone else to back me up, but he was hesitant to do so, reasoning that my client portfolio was just starting out, so I could do both roles until it made sense to staff up. I pointed out that it would be hard to be an effective business development officer if I had no support system to help grow my client portfolio, but he chose not to listen, knowing that I had little recourse but to shut the heck up. I spent the rest of the year working my butt off. This was right before email and internet were common, so executing business on the road was hard. Fax machines were the bane of my existence. Even though laptops were reserved for directors, my boss was kind enough, heavy sarcasm, to let me use a company laptop on which I would handle all of the paperwork to process client business from hotel business centers late at night or early in the morning. So I learned to live on 5 hours of sleep or to sleep on planes whenever I could. After dealing with problems from some irate clients, I eventually paid for my own personal cell phone. Not everyone had them in the mid-90s, and our directors had just started getting company-paid phones that year, as I had to handle customers from the road. I just gave my personal cell number for clients to call so I could handle problems from the road. I landed a few big clients by a combination of luck and hard work and got some solid referrals, which led to more referrals, so within a few months, I was gaining some serious momentum. Since I didn't have an associate to help me, that meant I spent the weekends and late nights back at the office handling paperwork, then back on the road during the week. I was so busy working both sides of the job that by December of that year, I hadn't taken my mandatory 2 weeks of vacation. I had some new clients that needed to be handled by year end, so I was granted a vacation waiver, meaning that my 7 weeks of vacation would roll over into the next year, adding up to 12 weeks of vacation plus sick time for the coming year. It was a big hassle for HR to process the waiver, but since I had produced a lot of new business, my manager was all too happy to order it done. I wasn't upset about working through year end, though I flew back and forth to California for Christmas on a 24-hour turnaround. I rationalized it, hoping that I would get paid the first big bonus of my career in a few months. At that time, European firms paid their bonuses in mid-April, while employees of US-based firms got their bonuses by the end of January. If you were planning on switching jobs early in the new year, working at a European firm meant that sometimes you left money on the table, aka golden handcuffs. So the timing of switching firms was important. I continued to work at my frenetic pace through April, taking no vacation as I was bringing in more and more clients and digging myself out of paperwork when I wasn't on the road. In the new year, we had some meetings about scorecards and sales goals, and I led my office in some of the categories and was number one for overall production. Finally, in mid-April, my boss called me in and announced it was time to discuss my bonus/annual review. I eagerly sat down, licking my chops because I was assuming my bonus would be equal to my base salary at least, if not double. He handed me a piece of paper and it showed a number that was almost 90% less than I was expecting for my bonus. I literally laughed out loud and told him it was a little late for an April Fool's joke, but he wasn't smiling. He proceeded to tell me how proud he was of me, but that since I wasn't a director, the bonus that I received was the maximum amount he would give me, as there wasn't any more money in the budget. I sat there in shock for a while, then kept asking the same question in different ways. Basically, why did he screw me on my bonus? It was like talking to a brick wall. Despite pointing to the scorecard that showed me as the best producer in the office, all the while having no junior associate, he wasn't having it. I was crushed, but then asked him if he was promoting me to director since I had demonstrated that I could produce, hoping that title would be a gateway into the big payday the following year. He shook his head and replied, "Maybe next year if you prove this year wasn't a fluke." It was a gut punch. He also rationalized that while my review was positive, I had some flaws that I needed to work on, mainly that I didn't work very well in a team atmosphere. I reminded him that I'm a team of one, so there wasn't anybody on my team to complain about me. A switch finally flipped in my brain as I realized I'd just gotten majorly screwed and there was no changing the outcome. I told him that I was feeling ill and would be taking some sick days, so I got up and left his office. Coworkers said that I looked as white as a ghost as I walked out of his office, so they knew something was wrong. I forwarded my incoming calls to his extension, packed up my important papers in case I decided to never come back, then headed to my apartment in a complete rage. I called my family and told them that I needed to come home for some much-deserved vacation. So, after drinking myself senseless for 48 hours and forwarding all my calls to voicemail, I called into work the following Monday and told my boss I would be taking a vacation week. He was pretty angry about the short notice, as he'd been dealing with my irate clients contacting him about their problems since I couldn't be reached, and he didn't have much of a clue as to how to handle the paperwork necessary to do the work, so other associates were now being called in to help handle my workload. I flew home and made a few calls to people I'd worked with, hoping for some job leads. I managed to grab a lunch with an old associate who had left the firm, and he gave me some ideas and contacts, so I spent the rest of my vacation looking for a new job. I knew the timing sucked, so out of options, I went back to my job the following week. First day back, I looked at my HR data and realized that I still had 11 weeks of vacation to use that year, plus a few more weeks of sick leave. Around that time, there was a company-wide conference call to celebrate a big company milestone. I think the firm was 125 years old, but didn't care anymore. To celebrate the big anniversary, we were told we would be getting an extra week of vacation that year, meaning once again, I had 3 months of vacation in my account. As a high performer, I was also selected to spend a few weeks in New York during the summer and fall for some management training, so that meant additional time out of the office. The next month was a blur of looking at different vacation options for me to take that year. I had accrued a lot of hotel and rental car points and frequent flyer miles during the past year of traveling around, so I spent my days in the office doing as little client work as I could get away with, while spending the rest of my time on the phone with frequent flyer and hotel points customer service reps, trying to squeeze as much vacation out of my miles and points as I could. By the end of May, I submitted my vacation requests, which detailed how I was going to take 3 months of vacation in the 7 remaining months of the year. I submitted the forms to HR, and within a day, my boss called me in to discuss my schedule, as he realized I was basically going to be gone for almost 2 weeks out of every month for the rest of the year. I was wrapping my vacations around federal and bank holidays whenever I could manage it. He told me that he was rejecting my vacation schedule since there wasn't anybody to cover my clients in my absence. I asked him to call the HR rep into his office to have his stance officially on record. He objected, but I said I wouldn't discuss such matters without an HR rep present. HR was called in, and my boss told HR he was rejecting my vacation schedule, but HR responded that I was legally entitled to take the vacation days, so he couldn't reject the request. I also told him that henceforth, I wouldn't be handling any of my customers from my personal cell phone if I was out of the office. So I would be forwarding my work phone to his when I was on vacation or doing business development trips. Also told him I was going to Europe on 2 different trips and would be unable to be contacted since I didn't have a company-issued cell phone. He was pissed, but knew that unless he promoted me to director and issued me a cell phone, he couldn't do anything about my new stance. After that, I only did business development in areas where I like to travel, and more importantly, vacation. Until that point, I had always said yes to any meetings in backwater locations if it represented a chance to land a new client. Having learned my lesson the hard way, I didn't want any new clients to begin with, and certainly none living in areas I didn't like to visit. Trips to Florida became common. If I was traveling, I would typically spend Monday to Wednesday making very infrequent sales calls. Most of my schedule was falsified with fake prospects, so I could spend afternoons playing golf or hanging out at hotel pools trolling for women my age. Then would take off Thursday and Friday with vacation and sick days so I could hang out and have fun, using hotel points to extend my stays for free. Since I was still underpaid, I ate cheaply and learned to squeeze as much out of my trips for the least amount of money I could manage while still having fun. My boss was now irate with all of the customer calls coming to him, but he refused to hire an assistant for me, so I kept forwarding my line to his when I was out of the office. Whenever I was in the office, pretty infrequent at this point, he would routinely lambast me with verbal warnings about poor performance reviews, but I would just shrug my shoulders and tell him that maybe he was right not to promote me to director since I was such a disappointment. He was also pissed because he'd been commended for having such a high-producing office the year before, mostly courtesy of my efforts, and now he was getting a lot of heat from New York that his new client numbers were down. Since I had frequent flyer miles and hotel points, but not a lot of money, I backpacked through Europe on 2 different 2-week trips that summer and also took a number of vacations back home, diligently following up on job leads on the West Coast that I'd cultivated whenever I was in the office. By October, I started to firm up conversations with a prospective employer back in California and finally received a concrete job offer in mid-November. I waited until December 15th to inform my boss that I was quitting the firm and told him I would be using my 2 remaining weeks of vacation and sick leave so that my resignation was effective immediately. He was surprised that I didn't wait until April to leave, but I laughed, telling him I knew he was gonna screw me on my bonus anyway, so the money wasn't worth waiting around for. He then asked me to stay through the end of January in order to give him enough time to hire and train an assistant or a replacement to handle my clients. I refused, noting that Jeremy had quit 20 months before, so he had plenty of time to prepare for this eventuality. As I was packing up my office and informing coworkers about my departure, I got a knock on my office door from the HR rep, as he wanted to conduct an exit interview. He closed the door, and I aired out all of my dirty laundry. I told HR the firm had lost me when my boss had screwed me on my bonus, repeating the story that there wasn't any money in the budget. The HR counterpart shook his head and laughed at my boss's stupidity, noting that since Jeremy had been an employee at the beginning of the year I'd arrived, his salary and bonus was actually in the budget for the whole year. As such, my boss could have allocated the amount that he would have paid Jeremy to my bonus, which probably would have kept me reasonably happy. Instead, he decided to screw me over. I moved back to California that week and started a new job the first week of January. 3 months into my new job, I got a call from a coworker at my previous firm. He called to tell me that after I left, HR from the head office in New York came down early in the new year to interview my former coworkers. Apparently, my sudden departure had raised some eyebrows in New York as they viewed me as a rising star, and questions were asked why I left so abruptly. Apparently, other employees in my office had also gotten screwed in various ways. Lots of client development meal expenses were rejected for being too expensive by the guy who was routinely billing his meals with friends to the firm. So after listening to all of the complaints, New York management decided to make a change years before he was due to be rotated back to Europe. Since he was related to a guy on the board, they couldn't fire him, so they reassigned my old boss to some backwater farm town. I couldn't pronounce the town, but was told it was the kind of place that doesn't provide perks like allowances for housing, accounts for expensive steak restaurants, or a new Mercedes. I started my own company 5 years back, and it's worked out pretty well. Even though I got screwed 25 years ago, I always think about that experience fondly, as I probably would have worked for a company like that for my entire life had I not been shown how companies and bosses will generally screw you over if given half a chance. It was eye-opening and put me on a path to eventually start my own firm, so for that, I am forever grateful. I always think about that situation around New Year's to remind myself of how far I've come and for how not to treat my employees. Hopefully some of you can benefit from my experience without all of the drama I went through. Happy New Year! If you were in a situation where you knew you were getting screwed over on bonuses and probably being overpaid, given a title that's lower than what you deserved, but you weren't exactly sure that you could just go out and get a job elsewhere that would be honestly much better than that, would you stick it out in hopes of finally getting that promotion? Or would you take a leap of faith and try to find something that you truly deserve? Let me know what you would do in the comments down below. Turnabout is always fair play. I'm not sure if this one belongs here, as I wasn't the one actually wronged. My revenge was taken for someone I've never met, and I honestly don't know if they personally got any satisfaction from it. I do know what it did to the perpetrator and that it satisfied me, so I'll let the readers decide. Like many of my tales, this one takes place in the distant past, before cell phones were common and before universal caller ID was the norm. In a time dinosaurs most likely roamed the earth, well, the 80s at least. These things are very important to the story. Our tale takes place in a large West Coast city known for a big orange bridge and delicious sourdough bread. I was living in the city for several months, working temporary duty for my company, and was preparing to work on the day in question. As was my custom, I was getting dressed listening to the morning radio show on a local station. The station's jocks had started doing something called the Monday Morning Wake-Up Call, where, on the first day of the week, they would make a prank call on air to a victim chosen from write-in suggestions from the listening audience. Doing this was actually very controversial in radio circles at the time. I'd been a radio DJ in my hometown for a few years, and there's rules you must follow. One of the biggest rules is that you can't make a false or deceptive radio transmission, like announcing an emergency, sending an SOS or cry for help, or other such deceptions. Doing so is a federal offense. You can lose your license and be fined or even do jail time. It's a big no-no. The debate's long since been decided, but at the time, doing prank calls on the air was a gray area. There were people who were sure it constituted a false transmission, and some stations refused to do it. The argument was still alive at the time this happened. This day happened to be Monday, and the intended victim had been nominated by her husband. They'd experienced a power failure at home earlier in the week, and the husband's suggestion was that the station call his wife, claim to be from the utility, and tell her that the power outage was somehow their fault and they would have to pay for it. The station loved that idea, and they proceeded to call the wife at her place of employment, a local bank. The victim answered and the prank began. "Hello, is this Mrs. Victim? I'm John Doe from Area Power Company. Do you remember having a power failure earlier this week? Well, it was due to a blown transformer on your block, and we've determined that the cause is a wiring fault in your house. We may have to cut off your power until you get it fixed. Also, you'll be charged for the transformer. The total cost is X thousand dollars. Would you prefer we put that on your utility bill, or do you want to make other arrangements to pay?" As you might imagine, the woman was shocked, then scared. As she asked for more information, having trouble believing that they were going to have to pay thousands of dollars, she got increasingly more upset. This egged the radio staff on. The guy making the call kept increasing the pressure on her more and more, eventually telling her that her power would likely be cut off until payment was made and that there might be a lawsuit. After several minutes, she suddenly hung up in tears. He called her back, and when she heard his voice, she hung up again, crying even harder. This time the guy waited a minute and then called back again. Another lady answered the phone, a coworker, and he asked to speak to Mrs. Victim. When the coworker asked for his name, he replied, "This is her husband, distinctive first name." The coworker cursed at him, called him a liar, and hung up. The radio station was filled with laughter. The jocks thought it was hilarious. They took calls from listeners who were all laughing and talking about what a great prank it was. They finally got the husband on the phone, he of the distinctive name, and he was also laughing and joking that he'd surely be sleeping on the sofa tonight. He was congratulating the radio staff on the fine job they'd done terrorizing his wife. The radio hosts promised the listening audience that, because the prank was so funny, they would certainly be playing the whole recorded prank again at noon, so be sure to be listening and call your friends. I, in my efficiency apartment listening to this, was getting mad. I was still pretty newly married and couldn't imagine doing something like that to my wife. All I could think of while the staff and listeners on the radio were laughing was that, a few miles away, a young woman was in the ladies' room crying, probably with coworkers trying to calm her down. What made it worse to my mind was that the guy who set her up was the one guy in this world who should have had her back, her husband. Anger turned to resolve, resolve formed a plan. I grabbed the city phone book, remember it's the 80s, and looked up 2 phone numbers. I called the first one. You may remember that I said I'd been a radio disc jockey myself. It was a tiny dawn to dusk station, but I knew how stations worked. I knew what they liked, and more to the point, I knew what they did not like. I also had done a lot of voiceover work and could sound professional as heck. The phone rang and was answered, "You've reached so-and-so, radio jerk." I launched my attack. Me in my professional voice said, "Yes, this is George Smith." I picked a more believable name. "From the City Office of the Federal Communications Commission. I've been getting some disturbing calls about your morning radio show, and I need to speak to your program director to discuss it." Radio guy 1 stammering said, He's not, here right now. Let me get you someone else." I was put on hold. After a few moments, radio guy 2, also stammering, said, "Hi, hello, this is radio guy 2. You're from the FCC?" I said, "Yes, this is George Smith from the City Office of the Federal Communications Commission. As I told your coworker, I've been getting some disturbing calls about your morning radio show, and I need to speak to your program director to discuss it." Radio guy 2 gives a short silence, then says, He's not in yet. He'll be here at, 9 o'clock. I say, "Okay, well, I can start with your station manager, since he'll need to be in the conversation as well." Radio guy 2, breathing fast, starting to lose all his composure, said, "Oh, wow, he gets in at 9 too. Can I have him call you?" He half asked and half pleaded. Me letting out what I hoped was a bureaucratic sounding sigh. "Very well, I'll expect to hear from him at 9. I'll need to speak to your station manager, your programming director, and very likely your on-air personnel from this morning. I'll also need your station logs." Radio guy 2 said, "Oh yes sir, I'll make sure he calls you right away." I say, "All right, I'll be expecting his call. Here's my number." At this point, I gave Radio guy 2 the second number I looked up in the phone book. The main number for the City Office of the Federal Communications Commission. Radio guy 2 stammered his thanks and promises of phone calls, and we hung up. I went back to the radio. Jerk disc jockey said, "Uh-oh, the FCC's calling." "Well, they can't do anything to me. I've got a year of pre-law in college and blah blah blah." He continued the defiance for a few minutes and then went to commercial. I kept listening. They stopped talking about the prank call. They stopped taking phone calls from listeners. They stopped talking to the husband. They started playing music. A lot of music. I listened for the rest of the day. They didn't talk about it the rest of that day, and they didn't replay it at noon. In fact, for the rest of the week, I listened and heard nothing about it. I was a bit surprised. I figured that they might stop talking about it for a little while, but not altogether. It wasn't until later that I realized why they went so silent. I had scared them. In my quest to get a little vengeance for that crying woman I'd never met, I scared them. But more to the point, I'd embarrassed them, and Jerk Disc Jockey had helped. Once he went live with his bravado against the call from the feds, their listeners knew they'd been called, and heard the silence afterward too. They were embarrassed because I'd just done to them what they had done to her, and they didn't want to have to admit it. I've kept the rather distinctive name of the husband a secret because I've always wished that I could meet that poor woman, and that name would be how I would know it was really her. I doubt she's still married to the guy, but I'd like to let her know that in that place, on that day, someone had her back. Do you guys feel like this radio show's premise of people giving phone numbers and scenarios to prank call somebody make for potentially good entertainment? Or do you think it's more of a disgusting thing how they're kind of taking advantage of these people in possible situations they can prank them on? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by Real Mothra. Busybody neighbor took my bike, so I fish-bombed her apartment. This happened back in 2013, but I just remembered it while talking to my mom the other day. For some context, this happened while my family was still living in Germany. My dad had just lost his job, which prompted us to look for less expensive housing options, and we moved from our relatively nice, older apartment building to one of the prefabricated concrete ones in a different district. I was 9, so I didn't care too much about the aesthetics of the building, and I was thrilled about the fact that we now had direct access to a courtyard and cement pathways that I could ride my bike on. While my parents were still unpacking, some of the kids from down the hall came to our door and asked if I wanted to ride bikes with them, which became our weekend routine for a while. It only stopped when an old lady from the same side of the hall made a complaint about us being in the courtyard. Not that we were being loud or vulgar, just that we were present. Mind you, all of the apartments on our side of the hall faced the road, which was completely opposite to the courtyard we used, so she couldn't even see us when we were outside. She sold it to my parents as looking out for other tenants and claimed that people had complained to her specifically about how they were worried about walking in the courtyard while there were a couple of kids on bikes in the general area. My parents pretty much ignored her and just told me to play with my friends on one of the nearby streets. No idea why they thought this was a safe alternative, but none of us wanted to do that since we couldn't practice bike tricks on the road. About a week after I ignored her complaint, I'd stayed out past the time I was meant to be home and left my bike around the side of the building so I could get it in the morning. However, as you might have guessed at this point, I woke up the next day to find my bike missing. I, being a dramatic little kid, ran up the stairs to our hall sobbing and told my parents what had happened. Apparently, the old lady told my parents that she had taken the bike from outside because we were still in the courtyard, and they were mad at me for not going to the street like they asked. They then told me to go down the hall and politely ask for the bike back, which I did. Unfortunately, the old lady told me that I needed to be taught a lesson, and if I gave her a written apology, yes, actually, I could have it back at the end of the week. It was Sunday morning. I was, of course, pissed and started to plot my, at the time, brilliant revenge. The morning of next Saturday rolled around, and I was ready to put my plan in motion. I had put on a pretty good show of being remorseful to my mom, who lent me some money to buy a tin of biscuits to apologize with. I had my written apology, the biscuits, and several Voblas in a sandwich bag I'd hidden in my coat. For those who have never heard of Vobla, it's a salted dried fish popular in Russia, and that I personally think is one of the worst smells maybe ever. My mom is Russian and loves them, which is why we had so many in the apartment. I knocked on the old lady's door, and she invited me in to put the things down. She accepted my letter and the biscuits, and I asked if I could use her bathroom before I left with my bike, which she allowed. While she was sitting in the living room, I was hustling quietly around her bathroom and bedroom, hiding one of those gross dried fish anywhere I thought she wouldn't look regularly. Stuck between pipes under the sink, stuffed under the giant wardrobe, and even thrown onto the top shelf of her closet. With the all-natural stink bombs deployed, I washed my hands and all but sprinted out of her apartment with my bike, thrilled with the stunt I'd managed to pull off. From what I overheard from discussions between my parents of my friends and I, the old lady complained to the landlord about the awful fish smell on several occasions. He was a total jerk who rarely did anything about tenant complaints, before she finally hired a company to come deep clean her apartment. She found and complained about the very old, very nasty fish, and actually moved out a couple of months later. Although, I'm not sure if that was due to the lasting effects of the fish incident or something else entirely. Of course, I feel bad about it now, but at the time, I felt like the biggest, coolest genius known to man. I guess the moral of the story is not to confiscate bikes from vindictive kids, and don't ever try Vobla. Seriously. I mean, all things considered, this lady essentially stole from OP and their family. I don't know if I would have the courage to take out the revenge that OP did, but I sure would probably be thinking about doing it in the back of my mind. I would want to be just as vindictive as a kid as OP was. Considering this was just some crotchety old, get off my courtyard kind of lady, it's pretty easy to not feel too bad for her. And honestly, it probably must have felt like Christmas morning knowing that she was finally leaving. Imagine that first session playing with your friends in the courtyard with your bikes, knowing that the grumpy old bike-stealing, fish-smelling lady is no longer around to harp on you or your parents. It's like, thank God. The Battle of Snow. Revenge is best served cold. I live in New York City and park my car on the street as most people do. I had a Mustang GT and we were supposed to get a blizzard. I parked my Mustang in front of a driveway and behind is another car. We got like 15 to 18 inches of snow. I expected to have to dig my car out and the front to be dug in from the driveway. The person who owns the driveway in the house decided to hire day laborers and remove every snowflake from not only the driveway but his front and backyard and dumped it all on my car. It took me 90 minutes just to get to the door. As I was digging out, he comes out and laughs and says, "Yeah, I hired a few guys to remove snow and didn't think they had a spot for it." I was so mad and ready to fight, but my friend decided he had a better idea. We rented a Bobcat skid steer loader and waited for the night. At around 11 p.m., we went out, dug out every car on the block, and took all the snow, dumped it in front of the driveway on the city property, and packed it. The snow hill must have been 10 feet. Next morning, I was hanging out by my car waiting for him to exit, and I replied with, "I didn't have any other place to dump the snow at." The hill was there from February till mid-June. Once it froze, it took forever to melt. He essentially wasn't able to drive out till it melted. Years later, haven't seen him do that to anyone else again. If somebody went and intentionally buried your car under snow, would that be enough for you to literally go get a shovel and start shoveling it right back onto their driveway? Maybe pack it down and pile it on as hard as you could? Or would you rather just shovel yourself out and try to park somewhere else in the future? Let me know about you guys in the comments down below. Our next story is by Sweet and Sour 01, making my cousin a laughingstock with the pressing of a button. So I have a cousin who's overly entitled. I'm talking the self-proclaimed gem of the family entitled. Never been told no for as long as I've known her. Anyhow, she knew I recently came into some money and figured she deserved a share. She calls my cell and basically demands a share. I laugh and tell her not a chance. I thought that would be the end of it, but no. She goes off on me big time, saying the most ridiculous entitled crap I've personally witnessed. That she'll get our parents to force me to give her money, how she'll get me disowned from our family, etc. But she didn't know I have an app on my phone which records all calls. I had some legal issues in the past regarding family, so I decided it's best to always have a recording of calls. The ones that are innocent, I always delete. So I send the recordings to a tech-savvy friend and asked him to install a small speaker onto a picture frame which is connected to a button. I get a picture of my cousin and place it in the frame. I put it up on my apartment wall with the button beside it, so now anytime someone wants a laugh, they can just push the button and listen to her 45-second over-entitled outburst. It's kind of become the funniest thing, and every time people come over, they just have to push the button just to get a laugh. This is one of those things where I look at it and I'm like, is that a healthy way to deal with it, or is that actually a very unhealthy way to deal with it? Like, it's kind of great that they're using it to get laughs out of it and stuff, you know, make light of the whole situation, but at the same time, they also got a picture of their cousin, put it in a frame, and put a button on it. I can't decide if this is just too much. This next story is by Tell Me and username, "You humiliate my friend for being short? Too bad you got a small Johnson." As the title says, I have a short friend. He's 1.60 and I don't know how much that is in inches, but it's pretty short, and he struggled with it for a long time and was super insecure about it. He's one of the coolest and funniest people I know and super extroverted around us. But the second someone new is around, he switches and becomes super shy and quiet, and it takes some time and trust to get to see his other side. Anyway, he worked so much on it, and I mean so much, and has come a long way in understanding his height doesn't define him, accepting himself and being more open and outgoing. Before you say anything, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being introverted. He just feels like he was introverted because of his height, and now he tries to explore other possibilities. I'm super proud of him. A while ago, we were at a party, me, him, and some other friends, and really it was a small party. Only like 30 to 40 people, so we kind of knew everyone in there. Feeling like this was a good opportunity, my short friend mustered up the courage at some point and went to dance. I don't really know what happened, if there were any other words said or something, but this guy started laughing at him, for guess what, and picked him up, like literally threw him over his shoulder. And my friend lost it, started crying and hitting the guy in the back while everyone around laughed, and it sucked to see. I don't know how else to put it. Me and some friends got in there, we almost fight with the guy and his friends, and all ended up with us leaving. Last night there was another party, at which my friend didn't come, but the rest of us went. It was fun until we saw the jerk who picked him up, and we got kinda quiet. It killed our whole mood. The night became one of those chill nights where you stay in the corner and talk stuff with your friends while everyone parties. At some point, we were talking about the incident when a girl told us she heard he had a small Johnson. Like really small. Look, to his credit, she said she never saw it. but she heard of it, and he has small Johnson energy anyway. I can't really remember exactly what we said, but we were laughing hysterically and he was so obviously hurt about it. It was hilarious. We were laughing so hard. I know at some point someone picked up one of those fish crackers and said, "Yo, you dropped this," and we all lost it. It didn't even make sense. Everything was just so freaking funny that it didn't have to. Well, if anybody argues that anybody's in the wrong here for laughing at that guy, they understand that it's totally fair because the same could have been said about what the guy did to OP's friend initially, but they decided to play it up and ham it up and totally mess that person up emotionally just for laughs. Our next story is by Shiba Was Talking. Force me to deploy, I'll kill your career. Let's go back a few years. I was a combat engineer platoon sergeant. We had recently gotten a new company commander who thought his crap didn't stink. My first interaction with him was when I got back from running an M240B range, where I was told he wanted to speak to all leadership immediately in the conference room. Well, it took him 3 hours for him to arrive, and despite First Sergeant calling many times, he insisted we stay. The entire meeting was him bragging about himself and saying that he was trying to get the company slotted for a deployment to the Middle East, as well as how excited he was to go. I spoke up and basically said he's an idiot, but with more words, which ended the meeting and got me a stern talking to with thinly veiled threats. This captain had been in for 15 years and never once deployed. That takes effort and a lot of figurative Johnson sucking. He only wanted to go now because he was up for major. It turned out Brigade had a mission and asked for volunteers. Captain Idiot volunteered me to go despite knowing I had gotten married a week earlier. I made it very clear I did not want to go to the higher-ups. I was told it was between myself and the captain. Well, a month out, my sister-in-law ended things immediately after she miscarried at 33 weeks. Found them both in the basement of their house. Well, Captain Idiot didn't care. No leave, and I was still to leave about a week after the funeral. Screw him. I walked in to talk to the command sergeant major and was immediately dropped from the deployment. But the captain was so far up the battalion commander's butt that nothing happened to him. After about 8 months later, Captain Idiot got his wish. Headquarters platoon and one other was slotted to deploy. Of course, because I had the most combat experience and most deployments in the platoon, he naturally decided that's why my platoon should go. Now, in order to deploy, you first have to go to a month-long field exercise where you're graded on performance. This generally applies to the higher levels of leadership. By this time, I was just pissed. So I got my squad leaders together and improvised a few missions. First, everyone was to follow the captain's instructions as literally as possible, no matter how dumb, and not to give any advice. This led to us getting absolutely destroyed in training, which was glorious. Secondly, and most importantly, was the psychological aspect. So this idiot commander would go to bed nightly at 2100, no matter what. In the deserts of California, you can find all sorts of creepy crawlies to slip in a sleeping bag while sprinkling juice on his uniform. They'd also periodically hide some of his gear or render his rifle inoperable. So for days this went on. Poor guy slept very little because I ensured his tent was set over the top of a beehive. These bees hated any vibration and loved juice. The idiot never realized why he was constantly getting stung. As we were to be falling under a new brigade, I had to go meet the higher-ups, and wouldn't you know it, the colonel we were set to fall under turned out he had been my first company commander, who I got along great with. I pulled him aside and called up my squad leaders, where we basically told him Captain Idiot was going to get someone killed, pointed out his erratic behavior, and the overall poor performance. Needless to say, he was quickly relieved of command, career killer, and sent back to work in an office where he belonged. You just kind of hope that this person putting out these big expectations and rules and whatnot, you hope they get caught in their kind of chest puffed out, demanding soul. And our final story of the day is by Jam Shack. don't freak with the valets. For some backstory, I worked as a valet in a small coastal city in college, and the restaurants I worked for were very popular for both locals and tourists. We'd generally be busy year-round, but as the restaurants are both waterfront, spring/summer/early fall are our peak seasons per se. Combined, the restaurant can seat around 400 people at any given time, and can usually turn over about 2,500 seats on a busy weekend, but the parking lot can only hold about 60 or 70 cars at a time, which isn't much at all. That's why I, the valet, am there. We have about 25 to 30 designated valet spots. Used to have double that amount, but I digress, and are really good about utilizing all of them efficiently so we can park as many cars as possible, thus getting many quick tips as possible. Being that the valet spots are kind of in a weird spot, but really close to the restaurants and our stand, and there aren't any signs that say valet only, we usually show up a bit early and cone the spots off, so people know they aren't there for self-parking. Now, most people see the cones and recognize those spots are pretty clearly not available. But sometimes people are so dumb/such jerks that they'll move on from the cones and park in our spots anyways. Disclaimer, there's a parking garage for overflow parking, but people don't particularly like using it. People do this pretty regularly, and we're usually pretty cool about it. One of the valets will normally just walk up to them as they're parking and tell them that the spot's reserved for valet, and they'll usually comply. Obviously, this was not the case yesterday, or I wouldn't be writing this right now. While we were in full swing last night, some D-bag is not 100 feet from me moving a cone so he can try to sneakily take one of our spots. I was talking to a customer, so I wasn't able to immediately go tell him not to park there. After finishing up, I walked over to D's car as he was getting out and immediately knew I had encountered this exact guy trying to do this exact stuff before. After this encounter, I knew revenge was going to be necessary. Our conversation went as follows. I said, "Hey man, I'm sorry, but these spots are for valet only. That's why we have the cone set up. If you'd like to self-park, you can park in this main lot," pointing to full lot, "or in the parking garage." D says, "But there's nowhere to freaking park in that lot, and I don't want to park in the parking garage. You guys always do this crap to me. So if I valeted, I could just park here? That's BS, bro. I'm parking here whether you like it or not." I was pretty taken aback and basically just walked away, not wanting to get into a fight over a parking spot. I knew it was time this guy learned his lesson. Now, I don't have the authority to tow his car or give him a boot, and I wouldn't anyways because I'm not a jerk, but my power is in pure numbers of cars I have access to. Luckily, he did this at about 8 p.m. I contractually only have to be there until 10 p.m., at which I can park the remaining cars inside certain places and then leave the keys with the bartenders inside. Most nights I would stay there to get the tips, but tonight I was dropping the keys. Conveniently, D had parked in the area where we move cars to before we drop the keys. My plan, use the valeted cars to block D in, and then leave with him having no way of leaving until the cars around him left. There was one car that would be particularly important, the one directly in front of him. I had that special car for that spot. It was owned by a restaurant employee that I knew wouldn't be off until 2 a.m. Perfect. I maneuvered all the cars around him in a way that didn't make me look like I was intentionally blocking him, but in a way that had made it look like I had no other choice. Everything fell into place perfectly, and I could already feel a justice chub starting to form. I went inside to drop the keys and explain to the restaurant manager what happened and my revenge. She loves us and she said she'd 100% have our backs, which I figured she would. I told her to text me and tell me how everything played out. This is the text I received last night at around 11 p.m. The guy just came up to me pissed. He said there was a car blocking him from leaving and that it needed to be moved immediately so he could leave. I tried to explain that you guys have to put cars there before you leave and that you even told him not to park there. I guess that made him mad, so he started raising his voice at me. Bar manager saw and told me that he'd been drinking for a while, which I assumed from the beginning. I told him that I couldn't, for liability reasons, allow him to drive home since he'd been drinking. He got really pissed because he lives 40 minutes away, but ended up taking an expensive Uber ride home. She told me she slipped in the argument that he was going to get another ride, whether he liked it or not. I mean, this is kind of what that guy deserves. Reserved parking is reserved parking, especially if it's cordoned off by cones. So this guy kind of willingly involved themselves in the wrong spot, and it really didn't end up paying at all because they really just wasted their time and money. How Mrs. Reliable got her D-bag of a boss fired. I've been working the retail business for over 20 years, and let me tell you, some of the managers they hire, I can do a better job. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. Over the years of doing retail, I've established a reputation for myself. I'm Mrs. Reliable. Need someone to come in? They call me. Need somebody to stay late? They call me. Need to switch with someone because management said no for your day off? They call me. Need to switch with someone because of last-minute plans? They call me. You can probably see where the story might be going, right? This story takes place a couple of years ago when I worked a major grocery store in my town/city as a cashier. This has taken place a couple of years back in 2020. I'm on my 2 years at the store, and we went through so many people and managers, it wasn't funny. Literally, it felt like we had a revolving door with how much turnover and employment we had. Getting back to the story, I was a cashier, and the thing about me doing the job is that I have a tendency to be too good at my job. I was just hired to be a cashier. I was not a manager nor a monitor, someone that's a step down from management but doesn't have all the responsibilities of management, nor was a customer service. However, I was trained for nearly all the duties of someone who is. Need change? I went to the cashier, got the money out of the drawer, and went to grab the change that they needed. Need an override? I came over to see what the problem is and did the override. Need something from behind the counter? I just need to know what it is you need, and I went and grabbed it. I did all this on top of my cashier duties and self-checkout duties. Then D-Bag came along. My manager at the time, let's call her Ashley. Ashley's the front-end manager, meaning she's in charge of everything that goes on at the registers, cash office where all the money is, customer service, and the self-checkouts. Now, I liked Ashley. She was a really good boss and I liked working with her. Ashley had gotten pregnant and was expecting her second child. I was excited for her. Unfortunately, when Ashley came back though, she was no longer going to be a manager, nor was she going to full-time. She decided to come back as part-time. I can't really blame her though. You're working 40 hours a week and are not allowed any time over whatsoever. Plus, you can be working as early as 5 a.m. to working as late as whenever the last customer decides to leave. Last time that happened, we didn't get out until 11:15 p.m. Enter D-Bag. If you ever wondered what happened to that spoiled brat in school whose mommy never said no and always got what they wanted, that's D-Bag all grown up in a manager's position. D-Bag was the type of manager that if he told you to do something, he expected you to do it without any questions. Have plans after work? D-Bag expected you to whip out your phone right there and then, cancel your plans, and come into work. Have a doctor's appointment? D-Bag expected to cancel that appointment and then come into work. If you told him no, he would say in the most condescending tone, "Well, I need you to do it anyway," and then just stand there scowling out at you the whole time, basically trying to intimidate you by making you feel so uncomfortable by the staring until you cave. The setup. Now, I had my fair share of awful managers to the point where if I didn't need the money, I would have walked right out right then and there and never returned. And I had my fair share of good managers. D-Bag was somewhere in the middle, leaning more towards the walking out. Now, with me, I'll admit, over the years, I developed a sassy, sarcastic personality. I'm blunt, no filter, say what's on my mind, and I don't put up with people's BS. Apparently, D-Bag never got the memo of my not taking people's BS. Around this time, summer was ending, meaning we're now in the now hiring stage, and many positions were starting to open up in the store. Keep this in mind. What D-Bag did to get me to start my ProRevenge? Strike one, I had out-of-patient vein surgery done on one of my legs and needed to take a few days off. Since I had some vacation time saved up, I used my hours for those few days that I didn't have to worry so much about not getting paid. D-Bag called me a day before I was supposed to come in, asking if I can do a 9 to 1. I asked him 3 times over the phone, "Who's closing?" Because originally I was supposed to close that day until I got my approval for my days off. D-Bag never answered me, and so I figured they just had it covered. I came in, and of course halfway through my shift, D-Bag calls me over and says they don't have a closer. Keep in mind that I asked him 3 times over the phone who was closing. D-Bag wanted me to clock out, go home for a few hours, then come to work and close. I said no, and then he tried the whole guilt tripping about not having anyone and that, "We really need you to do this." I said no because 1, I'm really tired and just came off surgery like 3 days ago. 2, I already made plans with my husband for the evening. Of course, D-Bag didn't like this because the next time I came to work, D-Bag was just being petty and passive-aggressive with me. Basically, he'll either pretend I wasn't there, ignored me, or the transaction that he was doing was taking longer than it should, and then chastise me in front of the customers for taking too long to get to him. When I had my follow-up appointment with the vein doctor, D-Bag asked me if I can come earlier. I told him no, I can't because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning that day. Then he did his usual, "We'll need you to do it anyway," and started doing that stare with me. Unfortunately for him, I'm used to this when it came to Karens and Kevins trying to intimidate me because something didn't come out right. I quickly shut that down by getting the other cashier's attentions when they need help with something, or quickly grabbed a customer's attention. When I came in after my appointment, D-Bag with a smug grin, very loudly in earshot of the bigwigs from corporate visiting that day, said, "Well, OP, looks like you noticed that I didn't call you in because we didn't need you." I replied, "Good, because I wasn't able to come in early anyway." Strike 2, remember how I said that the store had openings? Well, turns out customer service needed some help, and the only way to get there was to ask your manager. So I went to D-Bag and asked about being at the customer service desk. With everything I've already been doing, I was basically the front-end assistant manager without the pay and title. D-Bag said that he would get back to me, especially since I've been doing a great job. 2 to 3 weeks later, I'm seeing people that I trained or have started months after I did getting promoted to customer service desk while I stay as a cashier with all the other responsibilities piled on top. The customer service desk position would have easily have been a 50-cent raise. The monitor position would have been a 75-cent raise, and of course, D-Bag didn't want to pay more for doing the exact same thing that I was already doing. I was starting to get the message of, why pay for the cow when the milk is free? Strike 3, I was starting to look for another job at this point because I was getting sick and tired of how I was being treated, but I wanted to try and give this guy one last chance. So I found out that the seafood department in my store had an opening, and I even talked to the seafood department manager Debbie about me possibly being in her department. He was ecstatic to have me and was willing to work around my college schedule. I had to talk to my manager D-Bag in order to get the transfer going. I talked to D-Bag, and he started to come up with any and all kinds of excuses to not have me transfer. I quickly shot that down, and even the one where he tried to say that I can't because another coworker was transferring. First time I've heard of this, but the coworker said they had no problem with me going, so I thought that was that, right? Wrong. 3 to 4 weeks have passed, and I've been getting nowhere with the whole transferring to the other department. Even Debbie was wondering why it was taking so long for me to get to the seafood department, and why management was dragging their feet with this. Turns out, D-Bag blocked my transfer, and they wound up hiring a new employee to the seafood department. D-Bag thought if there were no positions available, he can just deny my transfer and that I have no choice but to stay. After an argument between the two of us about this, because I was calling him out on his BS, D-Bag said the magic words, "Just do your job." Cue the malicious compliance. Just do my job? Okay. I was so glad that the wearing a mask was required. Otherwise, they might have seen my evil smile when I agreed to just do my job. Need an override? Sorry, but I'm not management, nor am I a monitor, so I can't do that. Let me go grab someone who can. Need change? Sorry, but I'm not management, nor am I a monitor, so I can't do that. Let me go grab someone who can. Need something behind the customer service desk? Sorry, but I'm not trained, nor am I customer service. Let me grab someone who can get that for you. D-Bag was at his wit's end, and he even tried to write me up for something. I quickly shut that down when I started to recite what being a cashier entails. and what my actual job of being a cashier is. And I told him that if he wants me to continue with all those responsibilities, that he needs to promote me so I can do all of those responsibilities. He quickly stepped back into being his passive-aggressive behavior that I quickly shut down. I eventually found another job with better pay and better benefits and handed in my resignation of me leaving in 10 days. That D-bag tried to deny and say, "No, you have to give us 2 weeks notice." I quickly shut that down with a response, "You wouldn't be giving us a 2-week notice if you were going to fire us, or lay us off or let go, just a 2-minute warning. Cue the petty revenge." Now, you're probably wondering what could I have possibly done for the petty revenge, right? Well, there was an old saying, never kill the golden goose. Well, readers, what do you think what happens to a department that is solely dependable on one person whose reputation is Mrs. Reliable? Need me to come in on my day off? Sorry, I can't. I have plans. Need me to stay late? Sorry, I can't. I already made plans. Someone called out? Sorry, I can't make it. I did this throughout the entire rest of my stay at that place. D-bag couldn't do anything about it either, and it was starting to get to him on what happens when you heavily rely on someone else but treat them so badly that they actually decide to leave. His performance, because I wasn't there to cover his butt, was starting to take a toll. He had to do so much now of his own responsibilities that there wasn't a thing he could do to me. He kept trying to be extra passive-aggressive with me, to which I just smiled and waved and said goodbye to everyone but him. Now, this wouldn't be a pro-revenge without the pro-revenge. After talking to a friend of mine about what happened when I worked there, he told me to report this to the district manager because that kind of behavior isn't good for the workplace. Cue the pro-revenge. I got the email address of the district manager from my friend, and then I went back to the store as a customer. I kept in touch with a couple of my old coworkers and kept asking them how they were doing and how's work going. None of them had a problem inventing to me on how bad things were getting with D-bag. I asked if they didn't mind if I put their name in the complaint or if they just wanted to be anonymous. A lot of them chose the latter. I whipped out my phone, used the quick memo app that I had, and quickly wrote the notes in my phone, the date, and the register that the cashier was on at the time. I sent that email with the attached notes and with the entire account on my part as well to the district manager. Now, this wouldn't be a pro-revenge if it just stopped there. I took a step further. You see, with the receipts that we get, there's a survey on the bottom of every receipt, and management kept trying to boost us to get customers to take the survey because it helped with the story front and all the points that the store gets. Well, here's the thing about that survey. When you fill out the survey, including the comments, everyone gets to see it. And I mean everyone. D-bag, the assistant store manager, the regional manager, the district manager, and the representative of corporate get to see it all. So you can imagine what I did. Needed a snack for school? Filled out the survey. Needed groceries? Filled out the survey. Needed a drink? Filled out the survey. I went to that store multiple times and gotten so many different surveys because there wasn't a limit for how many you can fill out. And I made sure to put everything that D-bag was doing on all those surveys, including how he treated his employees. 3 months after I left, the person they hired back in seafood to make sure I couldn't go back there quit. 6 months after I left, D-bag was nowhere to be found. A new manager took over for him, and no one seems to know what happened to D-bag. For those of you wondering or commenting, no, I didn't stay in one place for 20 years. I wouldn't stay working for some place only making minimum wage and no benefits. The retail business is really shady. The only raise I got was when minimum wage went up. But during the pandemic, we all started making 30 cents more an hour. But when the state reopened and they announced that we will be going back to minimum wage, more than half the staff left. The 20 years of experience is me working the retail industry with different jobs. And before anyone asks, yes, I've applied to management positions. I either get brushed off or they keep telling me because I don't have a degree that I can't get the management position. Just wanted to clear that up. Isn't it sad that whether it's from nepotism or brown nosing or they just got the perfect stranglehold on the dynamics of higher-ups versus the people working underneath them, that people like this manager can keep holding onto that position, treating people that way, and never getting reprimanded until somebody like OP goes so far out of their way that corporate can't help but not ignore it. Only when OP went to that store every other day filled out a survey about how awful things were, and kept going on and on about how bad they are, how bad they treat the staff, how bad of a manager they are. Only then did something finally happen. A situation like that shouldn't have gone on for as long as it did, and it possibly came at the cost of denying OP better jobs in the future. OP deserved that position, and OP said they had trouble getting into positions like that in the future. If they got that promotion, maybe they would have gotten better offers from other places. We made our neighbor look like a Satan worshiper. About 4 years ago, we moved to a rural area from a large city, on a road that used to be a village 75 years ago. Think 10 houses on 1 mile of road with small acreage behind the homes. Our mail carrier likes to gossip. She knows who's paying child support, who orders adult entertainment, what political affiliation everyone is, all gleaned from the mail they get. My family's not all white. I have several adopted kids of various ethnicities, and my youngest has a genetic disease. Williams syndrome, is mixed race, and very outgoing. We had lived here about a year when I started getting lots of flat tires. I found nails sprinkled amongst the rocks of my driveway. Someone keyed my car and wrote a slur in the paint. A window was broken, and our cat went missing. The sheriff did nothing. The mail carrier, though, told me that a fellow in a house down the road was bragging to her about how he was working on getting the racial slurs out of the neighborhood. This guy was not well liked. He was youngish, early 30s, and was suspected of selling drugs of some sort, but no one was bothered enough by him to stand up to him, especially on our behalf. According to her, the general sentiment was that people of color should stay in the city, and it was pretty obvious she felt that way too. So I sent a donation in that neighbor's name, with his address, to the Satanic Temple. The Satanic Temple is a liberal organization that's pretty cool, so I didn't mind giving them a donation. I made up some big manila envelopes with return logos with goat heads and pentacles, and had friends in different states mail them to him, and ordered a small thing from him from a witchy-sounding shop on Etsy. Pretty soon, the hot gossip was that this guy was a Satan worshiper, which in this white conservative Christian area is thought to be shocking. I told the mail carrier that my cat was missing, and people were sure it had been sacrificed. The winter, we made sure to go around and help shovel everyone's walkways. We brought cookies to the older folks at Christmas, and people got used to us, or at least decided that we weren't as bad as the Satan worshiper. Now and then, I still donate in that guy's name to the Satanic Temple. They seem like good people. I'm just wondering if this is effective in getting that guy to stop his antics. If you moved to a place and you had a neighbor that was acting like this guy, would you rather just move? Or would you rather try to find some kind of way to retaliate? Let me know about you guys in the comments down below. Our next story is by Imaginary Broccoli 6. Snoop on my laptop? Watch this! Back when I lived with my mom had a tendency to look through my computer. I have a password lock and everything, but it still doesn't stop her from trying. One day, I opened my laptop and saw that the password had been entered incorrectly 5 times and stopped me from entering it for 5 minutes. I knew it was my mom, but what could I do? Fun fact though, I actually caught her once on my laptop. I accidentally fell asleep and she took my computer off my lap. I could hear the tapping of my keyboard and saw her there, so I just woke up and silently rised behind her like a ghost and gently put my hand on her shoulder. Loudest scream ever made by her. Anyways, it was becoming a nuisance of her always going on my laptop, as she had no sense of privacy since I was underaged. I was already 19. I was trying to figure out ways to stop her from going on my laptop. One day, I figured it out. I was watching some drag race queens. My mom is so against drag queens. And I heard her saying she was especially disturbed by 2 in particular. I grinned wider than the Grinch and opened Google. I searched and searched to find the most funniest but cringiest looking photos of said drag queens, and I found it. In fact, I found 8 in total to make into a slideshow wallpaper to really freak her out. The next morning, I set my laptop on the dining table as a trap. I intentionally disabled the password lock. I hid next to the pantry and waited. Soon enough, she took the bait. She opened it and she screamed, "Ew, what is that?" Catching her red-handed, she admitted defeat and it was victory for us all. Since then, she stopped snooping, or at least attempting, on my laptop, but I still keep it in close proximity of me. Want to know the queens I used? Trixie Mattel and Bob the Drag Queen. And anyone who's watched them, you can agree that to a certain point, they are quite the characters in terms of appearance. I'm gonna be honest, if I had somebody like this around me all the time trying to get on my devices, whether it's a laptop, a phone, whatever, I would probably start really yelling at this person after a few tries. Stay the choice word off my stuff. This next story is by SRG for Life. Seller made cousin drive an hour and backed out of the deal. We made him drive to my house and got paid less than agreed before. So about a year and some change ago, my cousin was stationed at the Air Force Base close to my house and was living with us. He is a tool shopaholic. He says things are cheaper where I live. He finds 25 rolls of 12x2 wire at almost 50% less than at the store. Obviously, my cousin thought it was a bargain. He made an offer and the guy accepted. We drive down an hour and this guy says he got a better offer. Naturally, my cousin gets pissed and bummed out. I told him we should totally mess with this guy. I got the same app and found the post. I made an offer for full price of the cable, which was steep. I can't remember how much exactly, but it was more than $2,000. After messaging for hours and making him drive an hour past my house, he lives south, I live north, he tells me he's at the random store where we agreed to meet. I blocked him. A few minutes later, he messages my cousin telling him the buyer backed out. Cousin makes an offer even cheaper, and the guy shows up at my house, gets less than 50%, and unloads the cable for him. Cousin wasn't sad anymore. I definitely don't blame OP for doing what they did. This guy was just a jerk who, when they agree to a price and then some better deal comes by, they're the type willing to flake and not commit to the deal they said okay to already. If that isn't the most worthy candidate of saying, well, screw you, dude, then I don't know who is. And our final story of the day is by Big Capper 69. I went over $5,000 in court after a car accident that I caused? Okay, so just a little bit of info before I get into the story. Also, sorry, this might get a little long. I, 22-year-old male, work construction and run a few crews, and I'm a foreman because I've been working in this field since I started working summers when I was 14. That's legal in my state. But this being said, I have a lot of experience and get paid really well. For my job, I need a truck that can pull a lot of trailers and also get into a lot of sketchy job sites, especially in the winter, so I drive a new lifted pickup, F350. Anyways, let's get into it. So about 4 months ago now, I got off work one day and just really didn't feel like making dinner. So I decided to go get myself the trusty Big Mac at McDonald's. Well, after I got my order, I was going to pull out into the parking lot to drive home, and I was looking hard over to my left to see how busy the road was before I got over there. Well, I wasn't paying great attention to what was happening in front of me, and as I was creeping forward, someone who was in front of me was stopped and not paying attention either. I ended up barely hitting his mirror and scraping his door with my front end. I immediately reversed and hopped out. I made sure the guy was okay and apologized, knowing it was my fault, and I asked him if he wanted to call the cops. Let's call him Brent. Brent says, "Nah bro, we're all good. If you just give me your insurance info, I think we can get this taken care of." I was fine with that as there was no damage done to my truck, and it's not required to call the cops for an accident if it occurs in a private parking lot. This is relevant later. We exchange info, and he seems pretty cool, so I tell him to go get the damage bid and I'll just pay in cash so my insurance rates don't go up, as long as he's okay with it. He says that's fine, and we both just leave, and I feel like a moron, but all in all, Brent seems like a cool dude, and I just hope we can get it sorted out smoothly. About a month passes by, and I haven't heard anything from Brent or the shop I told him to go to. Honestly, I wasn't too stressed about this, because if he decided to not get it done, that's on him. Well, he calls me up one day at about noon, saying he can't remember my name, and he wanted to tell the guys at the shop who sent him there because it seemed like we knew each other. I told him my name, and the guys at the shop gave him a deal. Pretty sure they say this to everyone. He sends me the bid for the damages, and it comes out to $2,403. This was more than I imagined, but I said to get it done and I'd take care of the bill afterward, and that was that. He hung up, said it was cool, and I went on with my day as usual. Another month goes by, and I don't hear anything until Brent calls me up while I'm at work again and says, "Hey brother, I just talked to the shop and they said they can't get me in for another 2 weeks or so, and they may end up charging me more if they find more damage." I say, "Okay, sounds good, just let me know, man. I hope it goes smooth for you, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience." He seems to take it good, and I'm really just trying to be a good person. He responds with, "Well, after talking to my wife, I'm okay if you just wanted to write a check for $2,500 and we can call it even." This seemed odd to me because why the heck wouldn't someone want their vehicle repairs all paid for? I say, okay man, let's set a time and place to meet and I'll get you paid. He liked the idea and ended the call by telling me he would let me know. Yet another month passes by and I hear nothing again. At this point, I'm getting fed up and just want this situation to stop being over my head. He hits me up at 11 p.m. one night and asks if we can meet in town. I found this kind of disrespectful because I was nearly asleep and had to be at work at 5 a.m. the next day. Either way, I said that was fine and took my $2,500 cash and wrote up a quick contract saying this payment would be accepted as payment in full for the damages, and by accepting it, it would release me from any and all liability. This was a pretty fair contract, I believe, as it was the deal we had already made over the phone, just in writing. I get to the place we suggested as a meetup spot, I give him the cash, and he signs the contract without hardly even reading it, and he didn't want the copy. This was a red flag to me, but I just assumed he really didn't care about it all that much, so I just send him the photo of the contract and go back home for some beauty sleep. As you can guess by now, another freaking month goes by, with me just living life carefree and not a worry in the world about this stupid car accident. Well, I go to check my mail and I have a notice from this guy's lawyer that he's suing me for not paying after wrecking his car. This pissed me off, but I also knew I had plenty of text messages and a contract on my side. I immediately call Brent and he blocks my number. Luckily enough, my girlfriend works for a lawyer, so I get him updated and he says he'd love to help. He lets me know I saved my butt by writing that contract, as any contract worth over $500 is to be held up in any level of court in my state. I immediately get to work on my revenge. I remember on the side of this guy's car, he had a business logo, and I took pictures of the damage, so I hop online and get to the Better Business Bureau to look up who owns this company, thinking that surely he couldn't own the business because he's such an idiot. I was wrong. This guy owns the company, and I can see that he has about 12 one-star reviews, all in dispute because of his shady business practices, telling people it'll cost one thing and then charging them 4 times what he said it would. Sound familiar? Remember when he said the shop may charge more than the original $2,403? That's right. He was suing me for $10,000, 4 times what the shop told him it would cost. Unbelievable. He was trying his same sneaky crap on me. My lawyer takes note of this, and we show up to court ready for war. This guy is sleazy. As we get there and all set up, he says, "You ready to give me more of daddy's money?" with a smirk. I guess just cause I'm young and drive a nice truck and could afford $2,500. His lawyer gets up and starts trying to say BS from me hitting and running, and Brent barely got a picture of my license plate, to I tried bullying him into taking a deal for only $2,500 when the damage was clearly more than that. There was obvious holes in his story, and he really didn't have much to say. Just imagine the smile on my face as my lawyer lays out the printouts of our text messages and the physical copy of the contract, which was signed by Brent. His lawyer was ghostly white and looked sick. After laying out all of the evidence, my lawyer pulled out a little hidden gem, the printouts of all the complaints we found on the Better Business Bureau and how he was doing the same thing to me. That was the final nail in the coffin, as the judge said he had seen enough. He asked Brent for any final statements, and Brent said, "I don't even have the $2,500 anymore. Can I just get that then and we'll be okay?" Literally admitting to the judge that he had received my money and his story was just a load of horse crap. I thought his lawyer was gonna strangle him. It was beautiful. The judge ended up ruling in my favor and demanding him to pay my legal fees as well as damages and lost wages because I had to miss work to be in court. The absolute sweetest part was that this particular day my crew was on a very high-wage job, and I was technically the one getting paid before I paid them out as subcontractors. This means I was to be paid $475 an hour, and this whole ordeal took about 5 hours. He ended up having to pay me almost $5 grand. I don't think I've ever been so happy in my life. Honestly, OP, that is pretty darn satisfying, and this jerk deserved it. They tried to take your money and then rake you over the coals for 10 more grand. This is a perfect example of why when you can, in writing or in email or however, even text message, try to cover your butt, because by God, if it ends up in court, you got the evidence to save you. I warned you I would not do those shifts. During my last few high school years and early university years, I worked part-time in a supermarket at the checkout department. Of course, you would see your fair share of Karens and Richards and Kevins and entitled parents, but no one in that store was more infuriating to deal with than the most recently hired supervisor. She was the kind of supervisor that would deny paid time off if you did not give 4 weeks notice, despite all of our contracts stating that we only needed to give 2 weeks notice. But then when you tried to give 4 weeks notice, she would say, "It was too long ago, I don't remember you asking me." At the time of the story, I'd worked at the store for quite a few years, and every Christmas season, I would say the same things to the supervisors. "I don't have any plans, I'm not leaving town, so if you need me for extra shifts, just put me down whenever you need me, just as long as I finished by 9:30 p.m. They knew I would not care if it was any day of the week, just a 4-hour shift or 11-hour shift. I was completely free with no plans, totally flexible and able to work mostly whenever. My only condition was that I had to be done by 9:30 p.m. This was because I'd not yet gotten my full driver's license, and it was illegal for me to drive by myself without some kind of supervisor between the hours of 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. The store was open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., so out of those 14 hours, I could not work a single half hour. It was a good system and led to me doing a lot of extra shifts, with a lot of them being last minute. Early November, the new supervisor asked me about my December and January availability, and I said the same old song, "You can put me down for extra shifts as much as you like, whenever for any day, as long as I'm done by 9:30 p.m. She asked, "Why 9:30 p.m.? And then I explained to her about my driver's license. She just nodded and walked away. Mid-November rolls around, and the December schedule was released. I was given plenty of extra shifts, as per usual, but you might have seen this coming. I was scheduled for 6 days a week, which would have been all good with me, except for the fact that 5 of them ended at 10 p.m. I found the supervisor as soon as I saw the schedule and reiterated that I can't work past 9:30 p.m. The conversation went something like this. The supervisor said, "But you can still work until 10 p.m. I say I can't, or else I'll be driving illegally, and I'm not going to do that. They say yes, but there's plenty of other ways you can get yourself home. I say, like what? They say have your family pick you up. I say no, they're in and out of town on business. They say you can take the bus. I say no, it arrives every hour, 10 to the hour. I'm not working until 10 and then waiting outside in the dark alone until 10:50 p.m. I was a 19-year-old female at the time. They say, what about Uber? I say, I'm not working all day just to spend it all on an Uber to get home. They say, well then, you'll need to find someone to fill in those shifts for you. I say, nope. According to my contract, I don't. Then she just walks away. I'm left there speechless. Later that same shift, she was the only supervisor around. She completely left me out to dry with a horrid customer who couldn't use the self-service checkouts to save his life and took it out on me. We've all seen horrible people like that, but this guy in particular was so bad. Coworkers, even those from different departments, kept coming up to me asking if I was okay after dealing with that guy. Not my supervisor though. After I got home that day, I was done. I sent out CV after CV on job websites. My mentality was, if I'm gonna get paid minimum wage, I might as well do it somewhere better. Within a few days, I had a retail store asking me to come in for an interview. Within the next week, I had that new job lined up and ready to go. So I went back to the supermarket on my next shift and handed my 2 weeks notice. All my other supervisors were gutted that I was leaving. I'm not saying I'm some star employee, but I was always keen on extra shifts, barely took sick leave off, was so chill and willing to do a lot of side tasks that no one wanted to do, like collect shopping carts in the rain or empty rubbish bins. And I just knew a lot of stuff about the checkouts in general. And I was gutted I wouldn't be working with them anymore, but working with that one bad supervisor hurt more than working without others. The day I handed in my notice, the bad supervisor wasn't working. I didn't see her until a few days later when she stopped me near the back of the store around a few other coworkers. I'm guessing she wasn't too happy she lost a de facto full-timer just before the Christmas rush. She seemed a bit flustered, but still had that fake smile of hers on. She said, "So I heard you're leaving soon." Me cheerfully said, "Yep, in just under 2 weeks." She says, "But you've worked here for quite some time. Any particular reason why you're leaving so quickly?" Me, with the biggest grin of my life I've ever had on my face, said, "I already told you why. I'm not working those 10 p.m. shifts." It was beautiful. Within a split second of me saying that, her smile dropped and she just stared at me speechless. This time, it was my turn to walk away. You don't quit bad jobs, you quit bad management. I definitely wholeheartedly agree with the Reddit comment that OP found some time ago. To be fair though, I do think you do quit bad jobs. It's just, if you have bad management, that's just going to speed the process up tenfold. If you had a manager so bad at a job that they made you willing to quit, would you tell them to their face that they're the reason you're leaving? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by Bofar, Long Game. My mom, 75, lives in a retirement community subdevelopment. My sister and I know not to cross her. Her neighbors, not so much. Her house is next to the drive that goes down to the pool and clubhouse area. The lady that lives across the street was a known busybody and used to sit in her picture window watching whoever went to the pool and then going down to interrogate if she didn't recognize them, as well as snoop about neighbors' business and visitors. She also used to gossip about whatever she saw going on at the clubhouse and pool. My mother has a beautiful yard and is known as a gifted gardener. One spring, after growing tired of the constant meddling, she gifted the neighbor a Japanese maple. The neighbor wasn't sure where to plant it, so my mother planted it on her lawn, right in the nosy neighbor's line of sight of the pool and clubhouse. Now, 5 years later, she can't see any goings-on down at the pool. Honestly, without even the gift, I could imagine somebody going and putting those plants in. I've known friends who lived next to neighbors that they didn't particularly like, and their family went and planted a bunch of these bamboo-like plants right on the property line. They grew up really tall and bushy and just totally cut off the line of sight between the neighbors' houses. Our next story is by Miss Peg Champ, Juicebox Revenge. I work at a few comic and anime conventions, and my job is basically to chaperone celebrity guests. While most of the guests I work with are lovely and very professional, I occasionally get a male guest who's an entitled, handsy jerk who thinks I'm an object he can play with all weekend. This never happens with women guests. When I get a guest like this, albeit incredibly rarely, I have an incredibly simple yet powerful revenge. When they get inevitably thirsty doing panels and signings and ask me for something to drink, I'll bring them a juice box. That's it, a juice box. If they ask for anything else, I'll insist that's all we have right now. You'd be surprised at how much you can humiliate an adult man by making him drink a juice box. Watching grown men sit in front of an audience of adoring fans drinking their silly little juice from their silly little box when just moments ago they were acting like a big deal is a deeply satisfying experience. I was gonna say, who actually feels emasculated by drinking from a juice box? But then I realized the type of people that probably would be are definitely those narcissistic types that probably can't keep their hands to themselves. This next story is by Shell Butter. Make me work another store on third shift after I tell you no? Okay. Worked at a gas station. We're family here type. Huge red flag, but whatever. Worked all the holidays by myself. Got hurt towards Halloween, and they took advantage of me being darn near crippled. Slowly got better, but got blamed for everything despite them knowing my condition. I worked second shift. Almost no one would show up on time for third. I mean, if I worked 100 shifts, 90 of them they were late or no show. Our main shift guy worked 5 days a week. My boss would work the other 2. She's old and we'd close at 2 a.m., so I volunteered to cover. Then his girlfriend died suddenly and was understandably out for a long time. So I became third shift person. I didn't want to work third to begin with. Then our district manager needed help at another store. I said yes to a couple shifts, but no more. Cut to a month later, I'm working every shift there and working 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I told both my boss and the district manager I wouldn't be working the shift much longer. I took my week paid vacation that I'd just earned, worked one more shift, handed the store key to the relief, and quit. Blocked everyone on everything. The store went to even more shifts after, and I have no remorse. I mean, through and through, this just sounds like bad management, bad ownership. It's like a sinking ship, and everybody that has the capability of changing the situation, saying, hey, we should plug that hole and just scoop all the water back out, are willfully just ignoring it. Like actually take ownership, actually manage. They'd rather just keep piling it onto the one person with their fingers stuck in the hole, keeping the boat from totally sinking. This next story is by SJGS Shadow 44, posted my jerk ex-housemate's violent jokes in housing and rideshare groups. Last year, I had a housemate who constantly made violent comments and threats and claimed they were jokes, saying he hopes someone kicks my teeth in and I bite their fingers, and violence is the best way to relieve tensions as he's been here before, saying in all seriousness, he's surprised no one recommended violence, saying I won't find housemates as chill as this and he seriously thought someone would beat my butt by now, saying he seriously recommends violence with my housemates due to fear I might say something to the wrong person for complaining about dishes, told me and the others he doesn't value our lives worth more than a bill. Even after someone talked to him about his comments and he said he would stop, he made another threat later claiming he's on the edge, which was preceded by a freak with me one more time after someone put something on his shelf by mistake. Yeah, he was a total jerk and a bully and edgelord. He claimed he was doing it because my complaints about dishes provoke, and he wanted to highlight that, and worse, he had the nerve to say I need to learn to chill out. I tried to ignore it as I didn't think it was worth it, but in hindsight, I should have told my landlord and tried to get him kicked out. I'm sure he's getting his butt kicked if he still does it, but I want some payback. I noticed he posts in Facebook rideshare groups offering rides. So recently, I posted all the things he said with some screenshots and told folks to be wary of taking rides from him. I did the same in the housing groups as well. Hopefully folks don't take rides from him or sign leases with him. Yeah, there's just definitely way too many red flags about this guy to be working with all these people that, especially in something as intimate as sharing a ride together with them driving, should probably be avoided at all costs. And our final story of the day is by Augie Westbound, Petty Revenge on Former Employer. I regularly do something so petty and unhinged that I had to find this sub to explain. More than a decade ago, I worked at a health food store while I was in college. It was a relatively low-stress job that paid a low wage, but I enjoyed it. I never knew that ownership wasn't happy with my performance. They never bothered to speak with me. However, the day before I graduated from school, and with my entire family in town, they went ahead and fired me. No reason, just said they didn't think I was working out. I was heartbroken, and worst of all, confused. I've mostly forgotten about my time there, except for in the past year. In my professional job now, I've received a number of promotions. That's been fun, but it's also come with a huge surge in unwanted salespeople reaching out to me on a daily basis. In my annoyance, I've developed an absolutely crazy habit. I tell the exceptionally irritating salespeople, those who persist after I tell them no, to give me a call to discuss what they're offering. Only, instead of giving them my number, I give them the number to the health food store that let me go all those years ago. I started doing this back at the beginning of 2021, and so far, I've given their number out to 94 hungry salespeople, many of whom reported back that they and the health food store were both angry and asked me to grow up. Fair enough, but for me, it kills two birds with one stone, reminding the health food store that they fired me for no reason, that I'm now a vice president, and also wasting the time of salespeople who literally won't take no for an answer. I know, it's petty as heck, but did you know that we're trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty? Honestly, if these people were even remotely as annoying as that insurance call, I completely understand OP doing every bit of what they did. Seriously though, what's up with those insurance calls? It's like, the older and older and older my car gets, the more, the car's extended warranty has been extended even further. Please buy this insurance that isn't your insurance, but is insurance Just stop calling me prettier when I smile. Once upon a time, I was passed over for a promotion because I didn't smile enough. My husband had cancer, so I was not exactly a ray of sunshine, but I had overall better performance numbers than my colleagues who were better at sucking up to management. So I looked for another job, found one within a month, and quit. During my exit interview, I said the job didn't make me happy anymore and didn't give me a reason to smile. The petty revenge? My new job was right across the street from my previous employer. So my ex-boss saw me driving to work in my brand new company car every morning with a giant smile on my face. I think this is a pretty good revenge, but do you guys agree with me when I say that I kind of wish this story explored more of OP going and laying out the current situation they're in to management and watching management squirm when they realized they said OP didn't smile enough, not knowing what OP was actually going through that entire time? Or do you think that management didn't deserve even that time of day and OP just getting out of there was the right thing? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Excellent Tone. Making coffee is an imposition? Don't worry about it then. To the chagrin of millennial-hating financial planners everywhere, last summer, I started going to the coffee shop in the morning before work. Yes, I could make coffee at home, but it gets me out of the house and gets me a little exercise, and I'd like to think I'm injecting some money in the local economy. Plus, the coffee shop I started going to has the most insanely good breakfast tacos. I have braved Chicago winter weather for these tacos. They're that good. The only problem was their barista was one of those people who seemed to think that having to do work while at work was a huge burden. Like I was interrupting her day by placing an order. She'd stand there talking to her friends, playing on her phone, etc., if she was even upfront at all, until she finally decided it was time to make my order. Then she would take her sweet time on it. I've worked plenty of food service, and I don't begrudge anyone trying to keep their spirits up during their shift. And I don't have incredibly high standards for coffee anyway. Throw some espresso and milk in a cup and heat it in a microwave, I don't care. But it shouldn't take 10 minutes to get a latte. I don't feel like I can really describe her attitude without coming off as a Karen, but if you've worked with someone like this, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The final straw was the day I ordered a breakfast taco and a decaf Americano. My doctor had suggested that I try to cut out caffeine, which was kind of big for me, but I said I would try. I asked the cashier if they had decaf espresso. She said yes. I placed my order. She called it out to the barista. The barista looks at me like I just called her mom names and then starts angrily digging through a cabinet till she finds a rolled shut bag of beans. Most of their beans were in hoppers on the counter, grinds them up, makes my drink with her usual complete lack of urgency, then practically slams the cup on the counter and storms off into the back. Even through the door, I can hear her say, "Why even bother drinking coffee if you're going to drink decaf?" Well, the obvious solution is to just stop going there, but I really cannot overemphasize how good these tacos are. So I came up with a better plan. This particular area is littered with coffee shops, including one across the street that's a little more expensive but whose coffee I actually liked better. I hadn't been going there regularly because I could just get coffee with my taco and also save a buck. The next time I went on a coffee run, I went to the more expensive place and ordered a decaf Americano. They didn't even blink when I asked for decaf. I got my drink in what felt like record time, and nobody threw a fit about it. Then I went across the street to the other cafe with my coffee cup, competitor's logo proudly emblazoned on the side, in my hand. The barista was actually up front for once, chatting with the cashier. "Hi there, taco and a latte today?" asked the cashier. I said, "No coffee, just the taco, thanks," I said, holding up my cup. If looks could kill, my murder would currently be going uninvestigated by the Chicago PD. I've done this a few more times since. Not sure if I'll continue because it feels like the pettiest of revenges. I should probably just stop going there at all, but y'all, these tacos I really cannot overemphasize. I think what OP did here is pretty satisfying, but I also think that they should just try and get in contact with the manager or the owner of the franchise in that location. If you say to them, you go to this place 3 or 4 or plus times a week, and you tell them that you literally stopped ordering coffee there and bought it from a competitor simply because the service is that bad, maybe they'd actually do something about it. And if they did, you wouldn't have to just quit going there. Our next story is by No Concept 9848. Here's 33% of your website. I had a trophy wife client who had a frozen yogurt business paid for by her husband. They contacted me and asked me to design and build a new website for her business. I gave them a quote, and they asked if they could pay in 3 installments. After we all agreed to the terms, I had written approval and I received my 33% deposit. I got cracking. We had regular check-ins and they were happy with the progress until one day they just went quiet. They were already behind on the second payment and I was growing impatient. I was done with the site and just needed final approval and payment before launching it, but I couldn't get a hold of either of them. I eventually got hold of the lady at her day job after weeks of being ghosted. She calmly told me that they found someone cheaper and that they won't be paying the remaining 66%, even though the project was complete and all their feedback was addressed. She told me that I could just give her 33% of the files and move on with my life. I made it clear that websites don't really work if you only upload 33% of the files, sarcastically, at which point she hung up the phone. I still had their FTP details for their brand domain that housed their current old website, so I decided to take revenge. I created a page with an animated fake loading bar that was stuck at 33%. Underneath the loading bar was the message, "This company does not pay their suppliers." They decided to only pay a third of the price, so now they have only a third of the website. I went as far as to download the website files, split it up in roughly 3 portions file size, and upload a zip folder containing a third of the files to the FTP folder. This way, I actually gave them the 33% they paid for, and I could show the file size to prove it. I also permanently deleted the old site's files from the folder, so they couldn't restore from a backup. Not that they'd have a clue how to do that. They threatened to sue me. I'm still waiting. People need to pay their website developers. I guess the only thing I can say here is when they started getting late on their second payment, OP should have just totally shut everything down. I really don't envy people in this situation because you probably feel more like a debt collector trying to hound these people for the money they owe you than you do actually working with clients to get their projects finalized. Our next story is by Bat Kevin. A coworker calls me out for a small mistake, so I put her mistake on display. To start, this woman is great as a person. As a coworker, she is the worst. Let's call her Regina. When I started at this place a year ago, Regina was to train me on an aspect of our job. I had to ask her to slow down and repeat herself several times because nothing made sense. Keep in mind, I've worked in this industry for 8 years longer than her. My boss was able to explain it clearly in 5 minutes, and I've never had an issue. Shortly after starting, I noticed Regina would CC our boss on every email she sent to me. Regina would email me several times a day, calling me out for problems she noticed, always CCing our boss. But I was always in the right, and my boss would back me up. I emailed Regina, only Regina, and said I felt like she was trying to get me in trouble. I felt disrespected, and I was wondering what I could do to improve. She replied, CCing our boss, telling me that if I felt that way, it was my own doing. Got it. My entire team works from home, so our bosses put people in charge of certain things so one person has control. One of my tasks is issuing documents for signature via the very popular system we all know. Basically, my team sends me an email that says, send these documents to X, Y, and Z. And I get to it. Good news, Regina only copies our boss on super important documents, which I understand. The other day, Regina sends me a request, and I failed to copy her when it was issued. Fixed in under a minute and it didn't cause any issue, but she still made a big deal about it over email and in our team meeting. Next request I get from her has, be sure to double check your work and all people are copied as detailed below. This pissed me off. The funny thing was, she didn't attach any documents I needed to send, nor tell me where the docs were located for me to get them myself. I reply asking for the docs, and she sends them stating, these are the final approved versions. Except they were wrong. First, we send PDFs, not Word docs. She sent me the Word docs. Second, the formatting was atrocious. Signature blocks cover 4 pages when they should be on 1. The vendor name and address were put into different tables, so it made no sense. So I sent it as is. Of course, my boss is copied on this and has to actually sign this doc, and she is not happy with the state of this document. I replied to my boss with the email from Regina saying this doc was approved by our boss and with my other projects. I didn't QC like I normally do, which is not expected of me, but I do normally to prevent issues down the road. Boss replies to Regina and CCs me, laying into her that OP is not to fix her mistakes as he has his own job to do. This was also reiterated in our next team meeting, and I could see how angry my boss was. She and I had a one-on-one, and she said she was not upset with me. The next request I got from Regina was incredibly detailed and had everything I needed in the right format. I think the real saving grace here, and the one thing that made this story not totally frustrating, is the fact that the boss knew Regina was full of BS when they were trying to throw OP under the bus. OP just stayed in their pocket, kept exposing Regina for all the BS stuff they were doing, and it worked out well. Our next story is by Tootie Lude. Don't worry neighbor, I learned my place. Update. I posted in here not too long ago about getting into it with the neighbors over some dogs, and him telling me to learn my place. Well, I came home from the grocery store to see 2 Marshall cars parked in front of the neighbor's house. Interesting. So I start unloading the groceries when everyone starts piling out of the house next door, causing a commotion. He's screaming and cussing at his wife, something about lawyers. The marshal's trying to calm him down. He's now telling the marshal to shut the freak up, he's talking to his wife, etc. It's like Jerry Springer up in their driveway. Here I am, yet again, cracking open my vanilla soda I just bought, rearranging grocery bags in my trunk, just smiling and watching. And to those that commented he'd be back in jail in my last post, you ain't wrong. Just heard the marshal say, I'll have you arrested. Happy Wednesday, folks. I'm going to check the mail now. Well, you have a hothead neighbor. It's really no surprise that your hothead neighbor goes and is a hothead, sadly to their own spouse, and ends up getting jail time. And our final story of the day is by Admiral Unicorn. I cover your mistakes, and you snitch to the boss on mine? Okay then. I had worked for the same retail outlet for some years before deciding to go to university. When I decided, the company happily transferred me to the store in the city I was attending uni. When I started, I got on well with one of the employees there named Jim. Jim had been at the store for a year or two and was vying for the supervisor position that was meant to be coming up. The issue was that Jim made a lot of small mistakes. Nothing crushingly major if they were caught early enough, but could be if not noticed. Because we were friends, and I had management level clearance because of my experience, I often would fix these mistakes before they got to the manager. I would let Jim know, show him what he had done wrong, and never speak of it again. One day, I was crushingly hungover. I hadn't realized I was working the next day until late into the night and was suffering because of my lack of organization. Due to being completely clocked out mentally, I made an error when taking payment from a customer. Instead of charging them $1.50 for their item, I charged them $15. I noticed the mistake, apologized to the customer, and refunded the difference. They were very understanding, and I thought all was good. Next day, the manager pulls me into the office. They discussed the mistake and why it happened. They were very nice and fair, as this was my first error in months. Just told me to be more careful, especially if I was hungover. They even told me to tell them if I was hungover, and they would stick me in the back room due to it being such a rare occurrence. The only issue was that the manager wasn't in the day before. It was me, Jim, and the supervisor. Me and the supervisor got on well, and when I asked him about it, he told me that he had got called into the manager's office as well and got told off for not telling him about the mistake. His argument was that the mistake was rectified without issue, so he didn't see the point, which left Jim. I was pissed. I had covered his butt so many times, and at the first chance, he had to run to the manager to throw me under the bus. So I stopped. Every day something would pop up, little errors when counting tills or selling items, stockroom errors, final report errors. I just stopped fixing them. I also found out that the supervisor had been doing the same, fixing little mistakes and retraining Jim rather than going through disciplinary procedures. After a brief discussion, he stopped as well. Our monthly meeting was delightful. Due to the dramatic increase in errors, we had missed our bonus requirements by a fraction, and the manager was pissed. This was my mess up as well because I lost out on some cash due to being petty. The manager provided the errors report, and in a staff of 12 people, Jim made up just shy of 40% of all errors. He got roasted in front of everyone. This happened for a couple of months before Jim realized the supervisor position was a no-go and moved to another job. Isn't it sad how Jim would so gladly backstab people or turn on people just for a semblance of credit? Just for that little bit of exposure of, hey, maybe I'm supervisor material? Newsflash, Jim, you really aren't. my narcissist brother-in-law. I was married to a woman with a family of narcissists. They would intervene on our decisions as a married couple. I was an expat and I let her stay in our family house while I'm working abroad. My brother-in-law's in his late 30s, unmarried, very lazy, entitled brat, and unemployed since birth, and always trying to brainwash my wife whenever me and my wife have an argument. It was clear that he didn't want his little sister, my wife, to leave their home because he didn't want to take care of their old parents and of course had free everything, electricity, Wi-Fi, gas, food, etc. My wife works as a community nurse and has a way bigger pay than the private hospital nurses. He's the type of guy who changes the channel while you're watching TV, asks for the food you've been keeping for a night daddy duty and never replace it, thinks he can use your stuff, eat your food, dictate all your actions because you live in their home. He even once asked me how much money I had in the bank and ate all of our food when we were at the hospital because my son got a small operation. That's how much of a D-bag he is. Whenever me and my wife argued, mostly because she didn't want to leave their old home, he would get in my face, shout at me, and accuse me of belittling him or their way of living, and so on. I never engaged in a fight nor talked back to him because I tried to be as professional and polite as I could because I'm in their property. I could easily fold him in half and put him in my side pocket if I wanted to. I'm a former weightlifting varsity athlete. I'm 5'11" and 130 kilograms, and brother-in-law's like 5'6" or 5'7". He is a very insecure person who didn't want to work his way up to achieve things. Things that what other people his age would have already have gotten. A family, a stable job, his own home. He didn't care. He was getting the juice out of his parents' pension money. So in his mind, why should I stretch a leg? Me and my wife ended up in a case with regarding my 1-year-old son's custody a few years back. They would block any communication I had with my son until he turned 3 years old. If I got lucky, I'd see a glimpse of my child on video and hear brother-in-law screaming in the background to stop talking to me. They thought they've won her because I filed a divorce after the first custody case, but in our country, divorce is not that easy. We only had annulment. And later last year, 2021, I decided to pick everything up and be a mature person. A father to my son and so has my wife. Also, my wife is stressed with their older brother dictating them of everything. Note that me and my wife are both 34 years old already. We got to an agreement to try to fix things because my son's already growing and has lots of questions. I didn't want him growing up in a broken family setup, also with his narcissist uncle sharing the same house. Long story short, we decided to give it a go. My wife already told her parents and older sister of our decision to get our own place away from their home. And brother-in-law was the last person to know. He really loved my son like his own because he didn't have any kids, cause who in their right mind would freak a parasite whose pastime is laying eggs in the couch? And by the time he was told about it, he was furious and crying because of anger. He ran crying like a little witch towards their other sibling who lives next to them and trying to convince them that I'm a bad person and help him try to convince my wife to stay. They didn't interfere because they saw the result of the 3 years of separation me and my wife had. I didn't miss any child support and visited my son regularly when I was in the country. And the next day, I picked up my wife, my kid, bringing a huge delivery truck. He absolutely looked like an idiot because everyone around him already knew it for over a week. I was laughing like a devil inside of my head while filling up the delivery truck with my wife's and son's things. And he's in the other sister's house watching and couldn't do anything, like a poor puppy who couldn't get in the house. Eventually, one day their parents will be gone because of old age, mid-70s, and he'll be left alone. Dude can't even cook or know how to connect a hose on the gas tank for the stove. In a situation like this, where a kid is living with their parent at 40 years old and still completely mooching off of everything, do you blame the kid more or do you blame the parents more? The 40-year-old kid of these parents is choosing to live that life, but is it more the parents' fault for enabling it and allowing it to happen? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. This next story is by OK Caterpillar 2804. Dad got decade-long revenge on my auntie. A little setup, my dad is one of 9 children of my grandparents. When the oldest sister, my auntie, let's call her Margaret, got married, one of the gifts she received was 4 very poorly made clay pots from one of her friends who wasn't super close to the family. They were all very different to each other and didn't match at all. I assume they came out of a first-timer's pottery class or something. Anyway, fast forward 15 years and my parents are getting married. Margaret shows up at the wedding, as does everyone else. The ceremony and reception pass with no dramas and everyone goes home. The following week, my parents begin to sort through all of their wedding gifts. Unwrap Margaret's to find a very old, worn-looking cardboard box with the old tape still underneath the new tape put on there by Margaret to hold the lid closed. Dad opens the box to see the 4 pots that had been given to Margaret 15 years prior. My parents knew this was a gift to Margaret originally because at the bottom of the box was a cord of congratulations on your wedding addressed to Margaret. She hadn't even bothered to take the pots out of the box when she was gifted them or check the condition when rewrapping them. This thoroughly pissed off my dad. Then his anger turned to determination as he started to develop a plan that would stretch almost a decade. With Christmas fast approaching, my dad rewrapped the pots in the same box with the same wedding card addressed to Margaret, essentially in the same condition that he'd received it in. He then wrote another card addressed to another of his siblings explaining his plan. He gave the present to the youngest of his siblings. The newer card explained that she was to hold onto the pots until the next Christmas, making sure to unwrap it and make sure that everyone could see the pots in one way or another. The card then explained to leave the wedding card in the box and to not let anyone see it. My auntie would then hold onto the box, pots, and card until next Christmas. She would then gift them and my dad's note to the next sibling above her in age, my uncle. This cycle would repeat another 8 times until it reached the oldest sibling, Margaret. In my dad's letter, it instructed the last sibling before Margaret to not give her the letter written by him regarding the plan. 9 years after giving the gift away, my dad and all his siblings watched as she pulled out the pots that she had seen being passed around from sister to sister for the last decade. She then noticed the note still in the box. She opened it and a category 4.2 earthquake was registered as her jaw hit the floor. Now, most people would expect her to erupt in rage, but Australians have some of the best senses of humor on the planet. The family all had a good chuckle about it and moved on to Christmas lunch. The pots are now separated, one going to my dad, Margaret, my grandparents, and the last being the trophy of the annual cricket game. It was sadly destroyed by a rogue ball in that very same yearly tournament and is now only half a trophy. Hope you enjoyed. Honestly, I think this is a really nice story, and I love that one of these pots was turned into the family cricket game competition trophy. I think it's tragic, but almost fitting that in the very same game though, it got shattered. Although it's only half a trophy now, it's a little bit sad that it couldn't go on as a family heirloom in its complete state for at least a few more years, right? Our next story is by SNSGRG. Do not reopen negotiations when a deal is already too good. Years ago, I was moving cross-country and was selling large or heavy items I didn't want to move. I listed stuff on Craigslist at fire sale prices. I guessed at what each item would normally move for and priced it at 25 to 50% off just to make the process quick. I wanted everything gone by nightfall. Most items went smooth and quick, but as you might imagine, some people are gonna try to take advantage of the situation. I put up a 300-pound weight set with a stand, Olympic bar, and curl bar for $50. I got an insane amount of calls, even after taking the ad down, and immediately knew I had priced too low. The later callers offered much more than $50 to sell to them instead. I told them I would abide by the first caller's deal as long as the first caller does. First caller shows up and tries to immediately load the items. Nah man, money first, then I'll help you load. He pauses and says, I only have $45, can you do it for that? It was pretty obvious he wanted to pull this after it was loaded so he could save $5. After a day of dealing with Craigslist people, I was in no mood for these shenanigans. I explained to him the amount of phone calls, and I have a standing offer of $150, small embellishment, and I was planning to do the $50 if he came correct. Since he reopened negotiations, we no longer have a deal, and he would now have to beat the $150 offer. He thinks and offers $151, to which I reply that bid increments are $5 and he needs $155, and he needs the cash now because the other offer is ready to go. Wouldn't you know it, he pulls out $155 that he had on him the whole time. I take the money and sit on my couch and turn on the TV. He says, I thought you were gonna help me load. I replied, that's part of the first deal. Our renegotiation didn't include any help. He huffed and puffed but started loading, huffing and puffing more with each trip. I did end up moving the weights just outside my front door so I could get him out of my sight. It sure is nice that all these people on Craigslist called in en masse and kind of gave OP a clue that what they have here is pretty valuable. This guy was clearly trying to pull a jerk move. OP turns that around and goes, "Nah, I know the value of what I got and you're going to pay triple that now. Consider that a jerk tax." Our next story is by 7 Gabe. Dogs won't stop barking? Meet my leaf blower. So the neighbor behind me has 3 dogs. For 3 years, I've been listening to them bark, driving me nuts in the summer. Now I get that dogs bark and play, blah blah. I'm talking about at night, constant barking here. Each fall, he sets up a big screen for a couple's night, and they all have their own little bonfire kettle and snuggle under blankets and watch a movie. I think it's nice. The movie is usually loud, but it's once a year, and they're always done by 10:30. No big deal. On this particular night, they're all cuddled up watching away. I'm in my basement and can hear the dogs barking over the movie. I started fuming again. Pissed off, I walked outside, went to the fence, screaming at him, asking if he can hear his dang dogs over the movie. I stayed away from the fence because this guy is huge and no doubt could kick my butt. He dared me to come to the fence line and say it to his face. Needless to say, words were exchanged. I had just gotten done cleaning up my yard that day, so I grabbed my leaf blower and a roll of tape, started that baby up, taped the trigger down, and went back inside. 5 minutes later, there's a knock at the door. It's the cops. He called the cops on me. They wanted to ticket me for making nuisance noises if I wouldn't shut it off. I told them it's a tool and that I had till 10 p.m. to run it. While explaining the situation to them, the blower ran out of gas, and they said they were glad the situation was over. But not for me, I was really pissed. When I went back to get the blower, I grabbed my chainsaw and the tape. He saw me and was equally pissed as I ruined the movie for like 4 couples and him. More words were exchanged, much more harsh than before, but I didn't care. The chainsaw gas needed to be emptied for the winter. I can only imagine his thoughts when he heard the first couple pulls on the saw. This was a couple years ago. I haven't spoken with him or heard his dogs bark at night either. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you were ever concerned about this guy yelling at you, they're probably not going to yell too much when you got a chainsaw in your hands. And our final story of the day is by Hey There Monkey Boy. Wage theft revenge. I worked in maintenance for a religious organization that owned a large number of aged care facilities. Even though they were supposedly not for profit, they went all out to scam the government for as much money as they could. For example, I once saw a claim for wandering behavior in a bedridden resident, so they could claim he had dementia, put him in a locked ward, and get extra money. I became aware that they were paying less than the minimum wage for many of the non-nursing staff. A high percentage of housekeeping were from overseas, and God told them they could get away with it. In my country, you can claim back wages for 6 years. And it so happened I was just about to reach that mark, and I was thoroughly sick of their hypocrisy. I scheduled a meeting with the care manager and human resources. In the meeting, I requested to be paid the correct wage. After they realized I was not going to back down, they agreed to pay me correctly and would back pay me, but only if I didn't tell the other employees. I declined, and it ended up costing them over $700,000 to back pay everyone. I was recording the conversation and took them to Fair Work, an independent workplace ombudsman. They made everyone with the same job description as me redundant because they couldn't think of a way to legally fire me, and then outsourced maintenance, which ended up costing them much more. I took a nice holiday with the redundancy pay and informed on them with documented proof to the government aged care regulator for the fraud. They were inspected with a fine-tooth comb, and 2 of their flagship homes were put under 6 months constant government supervision. Always remember that wage theft is the largest crime wave in history. It is ongoing, and no one ever goes to jail for it. I mean, I think what OP did here was just right in general, not really pro-revenge. It's just pro the right thing to do. All these people who were taken advantage of deserve to have that money that they were skimped out on. Landlord tried to screw us for $2,200, ends up ordered to pay us $7,500. I was in second year college living in a student house on the party street across from my school. This street is a big circle, and on weekends, you get the first-year students walking around trying to find a party. One night, we had our neighbors over for an invite-only party. Some randoms tried to get in, but we didn't let them in, and eventually they decided to kick in our windows in our basement. We notified our landlord and property manager since our landlord did not live close. The property manager came over, assessed the damages, and later, our landlord emailed us saying he can replace them and we pay or we can find a replacement. We found quotes from 3 different companies and picked the cheapest one while we sent it over to our landlord, to which he approved. Within a week, our new windows were installed for $1,200. After the property manager came by, he started demanding that the windows were not good enough. He said the ones before were high-end windows and that we're going to have to rip these ones out and replace. We did not agree to this, and we let him know in our email streams and whatnot. So again, a week later, our new windows were installed while our landlord tried to make us pay $2,200, but we all refused to pay. So this is where things escalated. Our property manager would come over without giving us 24 hours of notice. We started taking notes and just documenting everything as we realized this was going to become a legal battle. That's when he started threatening us, and I'm glad we started collecting evidence before, like recording our conversations. Our property manager left our week-old replacement windows in the backyard and threatened to have us fined by the city if we didn't dispose of them by a certain date. He came over and threatened to go to the school and have us all expelled. He even went through our mailbox and mail, and the only way we found out was our neighbors caught him on video. It got so bad that we started denying him access and threatening to call the police if he tried to come in without exactly 24 hours notice, to the point that he would be showing people the house, and we wouldn't let them come in because he only gave us 12-hour notice and whatnot. The arguing developed to the point where we took him to the landlord-tenant board and brought out everything we'd been documenting, and just a list of all the unlawful activity that they'd been doing. We threw everything out there, even the fact that they wouldn't give us the key code until 3 months into our lease. However, it was the summer and we weren't there anyways, but some of us wanted to move in early and whatnot. After our hearing, our property manager was fired and our landlord was ordered to pay us $7,500 for the 3 months of rent we didn't have access to the house. And since we made the proper repairs as to the landlord's demands, we were never ordered to pay the $2,200. All in all, a sweet revenge for a landlord and property manager who thought they could bully a bunch of students. If you were living in a place where the landlord or property manager were clearly overstepping their boundaries, would you have no issue locking every door, every window, and just totally trying to shut them out, even resorting to maybe calling the cops on them? Or would you rather just try to find some way to get out of there as fast as possible? Let me know what you would do in the comments down below. Our next story is by McChicken. If you're going to force meme involving your name as a website, you should probably buy the domain. This happened several months ago, but I just recently left the company. At the time, I worked within earshot of the sales office in my company, so I heard a good deal of their conversations, including the sales manager. Let's call him John Smith. John is a Richard. He's also a little racist and a little sexist. I never truly understood mansplaining and how annoying it was until I heard him talk to his female employees. Like, female employee says, "Okay, so I sent over Form A to you, right?" And John says, "No, you aren't listening to me. Here, let me explain it to you. You take Form B and fill out Form A info on it and then send it to me. Do you understand now?" That employee quit after 3 months of being talked down to like that. But she wasn't the only person that he spoke to like that. The black male employee was also similarly talked down. But at least he's been around long enough to call out John occasionally or offer proof that he was told to do it a certain way. But John would just use his position as the sales lead to shut him down. However, John also had 2 white male employees who were always the dumbest person in the room wherever they go. But John never treats them like the previous employees. He would also occasionally make statements that were sort of racist or misogynistic, but not bad or frequent enough to be brought up to HR without proof. The conversations above would occur frequently. John would often be wrong about things, and when people pushed back, he would throw his weight around as the head of the department and just shut down their complaints without addressing them. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say they like John. While I've listened to these salespeople, I've noticed they seem to like to have a thing, some kind of simple, memorable personality quirk, likely to make themselves more memorable to other people for sales or networking purposes. One guy's thing is to really like golf, another guy's thing is to really like a sports team, and John the sales manager refers to his full name with a .com at the end. johnsmith.com. Not the actual website. People would call him up and start the conversation with, "Hey, johnsmith.com." Over the course of a few months, I've overheard the origin story about this name about 3 times. John takes his son to some event where there's a bunch of younger people hanging out around their souped-up cars. They notice the son with an older person and say, "Hey, who's this old guy?" Allegedly, the son says, "What, you don't know him? This is johnsmith.com. He's the owner of some big business. He's huge." This is a lie, at which point everyone allegedly gathered around him for pictures and signatures. "I was signing hats and girls' chests. It was great," he said. Because of this story, people would refer to him as johnsmith.com. The second time I heard this story, I decided to check out the website. It was an unregistered website that nobody owned. I thought to myself that he should probably register it soon. A few weeks later, the third time he told the story, I realized that anyone could register the website, including me. So, I did. I bought it from Google Domains because they had the best package for a small joke website. For $12 a year, you get anonymization so people can't look up who owns the website, free hosting, and a website builder. I put up a picture of a weird shirtless old man and included the text, "Have a closer look at what the site has to offer," which just linked to the same picture, but bigger. I put up this website at about 8 p.m. without telling anybody. 12 p.m. the next day, less than 24 hours since I put up the website, I overhear a coworker on the phone say, "Hey, have you heard about what happened to johnsmith.com? Yeah, there's some naked old man on the website." They continue talking and I gather some information that I didn't know. 1, he had that URL in his business email signature. 2, he has a mug with the URL on it. Why the freak would you buy a mug with an unregistered website on it? You are asking for trouble. After that phone conversation that I mentioned, I didn't hear anybody mention that website again. I went from hearing it several times a day to 0 overnight. Good. I was tired of hearing that story. John's thing now is to like boats. Well, honestly, if this guy is just radiating toxicity to nearly everyone around them, even OP who they're not even really in direct contact with, being able to take away that weird gloaty thing he had, which first of all, that story isn't even that impressive or anything. He got bragged that he was a big business owner, so all of a sudden, everybody's flocking to him to sign stuff. johnsmith.com, please. Just sounds like some fluffed up, braggadocious story they came up with. Our next story is by Green Planet Red Sky, got paired with a slacker. This happened in year 9, Australia. We had an assessment task for German. This task was pretty huge as it was weighted 40% of our final grade. It's a speaking presentation, so we could either make a video or present it live. The girl I got paired with pretty much did none of the work as expected from her. I spent 2 weeks on my half of the project and asked her to do hers. At around 3-ish days before it was due, she hadn't done anything for the video and hadn't even written her lines. As my mom's German, and I'm generally one of the best in my class at the subject, she probably expected me to do the majority of the work. I texted her the night before, asking her for her portion of the work, and she said she couldn't because she was at a party, and it wasn't something I would understand. My German mom and I pulled an all-nighter and made an entire new video. She submitted the 30 seconds she had filmed and ended up with a 15 out of 25, which at the time was the lowest mark in the class. Thanks to my mom and a lot of coffee, we managed to pull off 24 out of 25, which was the highest in my class. She and her friends didn't talk to me for 8 months, but I knew who won. Maybe they didn't talk to you for 8 months because it's just something you wouldn't understand. Seriously though, forget anybody that flakes on you that hard in a group project. It's bad enough when you got 3, 4, 5 people and a few don't want to do anything, but when it's personally a one-on-one and the other person just flakes and literally tells you, "I'm going to a party you wouldn't understand," and doesn't even try to make like a Hail Mary excuse or something, you just know that person does not care about their schooling anything or being fair to their classmates at all. Our next story is by Chef Dad 64. Just a soda? Alright, here's your change. Have a nice day. Back some years ago, I worked at a gas station convenience store. It was a very straightforward job with much more sitting involved than actual work. I honestly enjoyed the job because it felt very balanced. The workload was not heavy, and at the same time, I would say about 90% of the customers were very pleasant, with some regulars that I absolutely loved. Occasionally, you got a jerk customer, but it was never anything I couldn't handle, nor was it extreme to begin with. Most days I had a bad customer was typically just someone who decided that the price of gas and cigarettes was somehow my fault, but still nothing I lost sleep over. I honestly feel the hardest thing about this job, at least for me, was the mental aspect of it, in the sense of watching the same customers blow all their money on lottery tickets and saying, "It only takes one," and then coming back the next day and doing it all over again. Or the entitlement and lack of consideration of well-off people who can't be bothered to say hello, please, or thank you. This is a me thing, as in I'm trying to put myself in their mindset, but stressing myself out for nothing trying to make sense out of all of it. All in all though, it was a good starting job, at least for me, my experience was. I can understand those who feel opposite, as I had friends in the same company that had worse experiences or interactions than me. With that out of the way, let me tell you guys a petty story about a lady who came in to buy a soda. This day, I had a lot of $1 bills coming into my register. Normally it was more $20 bills than anything. We didn't start off with a lot of money in the register, and would have signs up encouraging our customers to pay with the smallest bill possible for this reason. Plus, we didn't keep a lot of $20 bills on hand, as we had to deposit them into a safe once they accumulated, and any $50 or $100 bills were deposited immediately. Once they were in this safe, we had no way of getting them out. There have been plenty of days of just starting a shift where I had to refuse service for people who only had $100 bills. Otherwise, I would be screwed on change for the rest of the day. This lady and her friend walk in, and the lady decides that she wants to get a fountain drink and starts filling her cup. She fills it just a little bit and then stops and takes a drink. She does this again, a second time, a third, a fourth, a fifth, etc. She does it for a good 5 minutes straight, I would say. Now, I would like to speak up and say something, but the owners of the store unfortunately couldn't care less about us doing the right thing and more about the customers coming back. So I just stood there annoyed while they basically drank 2 refills worth of soda. She finally makes her way over to the counter after raising her blood sugar plenty and is ready to pay. Her total comes out to $1.49. She pulls out her wallet and shuffles past a bunch of $1 and $5 bills and decides this is the perfect moment to pay with a $50 bill. This annoys me just due to her lack of consideration. She just stands and waits for me to grab her change while their friend's just standing on the side. I decide in that moment to be petty, and I proceed to grab her change of $48.51, all in ones and pennies. I hand her the messy and fat stack of money, and she has a dumbfounded look on her face. And before she can say anything, I just tell her to have a nice day. She awkwardly backs away and leaves with her friend, and I just continue with my shift, feeling like I had a small but petty victory. Shoot, I'm surprised that when this lady finally got up out of there, it didn't sound like the ocean's waves sloshing around in her stomach. When you're at the convenience store getting a soda, I kinda get getting an extra sip or two or a gulp, but I feel like you gotta really be a certain kind of jerk to just stand there and drink a whole drink down twice over and then go pay $2 for it. The plus side, I guess, is I think the fountain drinks are so inexpensive for the owner that they can probably still afford that hit. But like OP, I'd probably be upset on the principle of it too watching them do that. And our final story of the day is by Expensive Pension 69. Gamer bro doesn't want to quiet down, so I had to do something about it. My brother plays Battlegrounds Mobile India, aka PUBG. He plays PUBG in nighttime. He uses noise-canceling headphones while playing, and whenever he's in a fight or during the end of the game, he talks so loudly, which can be heard in the other room too. Because of which, I'm unable to sleep, and he doesn't listen when we tell him to quiet down. I decided to do something about it. I have a Wi-Fi router on my mobile. It has parental control features on it. I decided to add his device in the list and added PUBG's domain into the restricted websites list. Whenever I turn on that parental control feature, his game stops working. Basically, the game just keeps loading. I don't have it on all the time, but I switch it on when he speaks loudly or shouts, and because of that, he's going to sleep at around 2 a.m. Before that, he used to continue playing till like 6 or 7 a.m. I know this is kinda evil, but I had no other option. He's got an alternative though. He connects mobile data, and he wants me to reset the Wi-Fi. As long as they're none the wiser, it'll forever be a harmless thing that honestly might be for the best for them, unless they're really going full on esports and they're gonna join a team someday. 2 a.m. still isn't very amazing, but saving them from staying up till 6 or 7 over and over and over is probably for the best. Made my ex-boss lose around $25,000 on his salary. I used to work at a Wendy's as a manager. It was already a crappy job, but my general manager was nice, and most employees were easy to deal with. All this started when I was already working around 65 hours a week. I was offered a $100 bonus to work one of my only days off. I decided to do it, and later that week, before I'd even been paid, I was asked to come in again. I said this time I would like $150, as at this point, I'd worked almost 23 days without any days off. They said they'd do it, so in I went. Cut forward 3 weeks. I've been asking about my money for a while now. I'm told by my general manager that I could speak to my district manager as he would be in later that night. The conversation goes like, "Hey, do you know what's going on with the bonus? I'm owed $250 with both the days." The district manager said, "Well, that's why I came here. The store's been having trouble making money." So he's basically telling me that my performance isn't good enough. At this point, I'm working dinner rush and the whole night with me and 3 others. My girlfriend, best friend, and other friend that has grown close. The district manager says, "Your shift isn't making as much money as others, and your drive time is higher." I say, "Well, we're doing all we can. It takes extra time when we only have half the number of people with the same amount of customers." The district manager says, "That's really no excuse." I say, "When am I going to receive my bonus?" My district manager was a very sheepish man, so he's very obviously scared when he tells me this. The district manager says, "We can't give you a bonus until the revenue rises and drive time goes down." I am speechless at this point. The rest of the conversation was a blur. I grew up on the south side. You didn't mess with people's money. A day passes. I've had time to collect myself and speak to my entire crew. Everyone agrees to walk out with me, so I call my district manager. The phone starts to ring, but then it cuts off. He declined my call, so I called him again and again and again. Finally, I just leave him a voicemail. I say, "Look, Jacob, you need to talk to me. You have until 8:45 to call me back or all of the night crew is done." At this point, it's 7:30. I go into my office and start watching my boss's email. She leaves it open and logged in. I figured he would probably email her before calling me. Around 20 minutes of watching this email, and boom, an email pops up. "Emergency, Lonnie." This idiot put my name on the email, so of course I read it. Long story short, in the email, it was him trying to make sure my general manager was going to be ready to go to work. AKA, he wasn't going to call me or give me my money, so I get all my people together and we walk out, leaving everything out. All the meat, all the toppings, the fryer, everything. The next day, I turn in my keys. About a week later, I'm called by my brother. I say, "What's up?" Brother says, "Jacob lost all of his stores. He has to go back to Indiana." My brother worked at the store as well. If you don't know, district managers' pay is based on the amount of stores they have and how much they make. When he moved to Indiana, his wages got reduced from $65,000 to around $40,000. All this for $250. With everything you guys have heard and learned, if there was ever an opportunity like this to get a bonus, would you make sure that you get it in writing, that they agreed to give you that bonus before you ever do the work? Do you think that should be something everybody makes mandatory before they ever come in for extra work? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is by YT. City tries to fine me for not mowing my lawn, so I threaten the city with a fine for not mowing theirs. The city would send me letters telling me my lawn was too tall and that if I don't mow it, they'll send out a contractor to mow it at a price of something like $50 per square feet. So I stopped mowing their lawn. My property ended 15 feet before the curb. Not a 15-foot easement, it ended there. My easement was 10 foot back from that, meaning 25 feet from the curb. Then after it got too high, I copy-pasted their letter to me and certified mailed it back to the city. They also sent me a letter saying I needed to mow it at about the same time. I looked up my plat in the county records and referenced it back to them, took pictures with a tape measure, and reiterated that if they don't take action soon, I'm going to hire a contractor to mow it and charge them the same absurd rate they were going to charge me. About a week later, I come home from work and it's been mowed. No bill, just mowed. So I continued not mowing that 15-foot by 50-foot strip of grass for the next 5 or so years I lived there. I'd even hired a kid to mow for me as I'd gotten too busy and very specifically told him not to mow that strip. This just makes me think about like HOAs and their stupid requirements, and just makes me realize how much I hate HOAs. The fact that your lawn gets a little too tall and the city comes out and says, "Hey, you better mow that lawn or we're going to make you pay for it hardcore," I'd be pretty darn pissed off too. It's pretty crafty to not only flip the script on them, but make them keep paying for something because they were giving you a hard time about it. Our next story is by Coffee and Cats 2000. I refuse to make a fire in the fireplace even though I can. My husband cannot make a fire in the fireplace. He's tried, and every time they go out within 30 minutes. It is low-key hilarious. I can make a fire. I grew up in New England, long, miserable, cold winters. I know how to make a darn fire. However, when I advised him, he shushed me. My dear husband, the man I love, shushed me. So now I refuse to make a fire. I literally just watch this man make a fire and remake a fire all darn day for the past 4 days, and you know what? I'm going to continue and let him struggle as I sip my tea and keep my mouth shut. Eventually I will make a fire, but I'm going to wait until he's so frustrated he's cursing in his mother tongue. He's not quite there yet. I feel like most of us have been in a situation like this where we really know how to do something, but somebody expects you're just not that good at it or downplays your abilities with it, or when you try to help them, they go, no, I got it. You're like, okay, big man, good luck. You put your feet up, you start sipping on your tea, just enjoy the show. Our next story is by an anonymous poster, Illegal Safety Inspections. Years ago, just after getting out of the Navy, I was going through jobs until I found one that suited me and my Navy skills. I took a job with an asphalt company. I was hired mainly to drive a dump truck because I had a chauffeur's license. A little more background to the story, I was down on my luck. My car was being sought after for repossession. I was evicted from secretly living with my girlfriend as she was in Section 8 housing. Her sister's boyfriend's dad owned this small-time paving company. Let's call him Ted because that's the jerk's name. Ted owned a large house that he rented out to employees. It was more of a flop house and party house. We all supplemented our measly incomes by selling plasma as often as we could. On payday, Ted would have us all meet him at the bank to cash our paychecks and immediately pay him his rent. Ted's paving company was small time. I think he owned 6 various vehicles. In Missouri, all vehicles have to have an annual safety inspection. Well, Mr. Tidewad Ted has a brother that does said inspections, illegally of course. Ted would pay his brother for inspection stickers for vehicles that were never inspected, nor would they even come close to passing. One day, I was honestly and truly sick as a dog. I called off sick. I was immediately fired. Not working for him any longer also meant you couldn't live in his crap hole flop house. Homeless and vengeful, I did what any safety-conscious person would do. I called the Missouri Highway Patrol that governs the inspections and reported all the illegal vehicles and the inspection station just for spite. Poor Ted was forced to shut his crappy little business down as he couldn't afford to get all of his vehicles up to passing. As a bonus, his brother lost his inspection license along with fines, I'm sure. As much as I kind of feel bad for the other people in that situation that probably ended up homeless as a result of this, OP honestly probably did Ted a favor. They were one major accident away from being like really criminally liable for probably a lot of stuff. And considering all their workers were working in some party flop house, I feel like that was bound to happen at some point. OP came in and although they lost their business, cleared the decks for Ted, and all that liability and illegal stuff they were doing kind of just got washed away. This next story is by Lo Myope. My petty little revenge against racists and homophobes. The best thing about working in healthcare is working with the public. Conversely, the worst thing about working in healthcare is working with the public. You get to meet all kinds of people. Rich, poor, sick, well, all ages, races, genders, sexual orientations, etc. You really get to explore the rich tapestry of life. Although the vast majority of people are lovely, sometimes you meet people who are not. You do come across objectionable members of society who can range from having questionable views to just generally being horrible and nasty individuals. Due to my appearance, white male, former college linebacker with big beard, booming Robeson-esque bass, and a passing resemblance to Robert Oberst, some of my patients feel as though it's safe and acceptable to use racial or homophobic slurs. As I'm obviously like them, i.e. white, cisgender, and straight, I know that they wouldn't dare use such language around my colleagues, almost all of whom are black, Asian, and minority ethnic, or LGBT. It really does annoy me. So one day, I decided to start getting revenge on these people. So the story of the first time I did this. I have an old white man in my consultation room, around 80 years old. As I'm examining him, he starts going on a long homophobic rant. Pretty much anything you can imagine could be used as a slur, he used. It was disgusting, to be honest. As the consultation was drawing to a close, he asked the following: "So tell me about yourself, are you married?" I could not resist the perfect opportunity presenting itself. My reply was, "Me and my husband have been happily married for the past 5 years." The color drained from this man's face almost instantly, and he did not utter a word for the rest of the consultation. As soon as I was done, he sprinted right out of the room, through the waiting area, into the car park, and drove off quickly, in almost exactly the same manner as you hear off-screen on The Simpsons. Since that day, anytime that anyone makes racist or homophobic comments, I tell them that I'm married to a person with that characteristic. I love to see them squirm. I actually really like the tactic OP's taking here. Whether or not they're actually married to somebody like that, it doesn't matter, but they're going to say that they are, so they can just serve a taste of medicine straight to that patient that's sitting there spouting all these terrible things. I respect OP greatly for their work in healthcare and for standing up for the people that just get unnecessarily discriminated against. This next story is by Deus System Failed. Write me up. I love a good paper trail. Today, I filled in for a coworker with COVID. I needed the hours and she needed coverage, so everyone wins. Well, almost. The second I clocked in, my boss, let's call her Kay, pulled me aside for a serious talk. She handed me a write-up for discussing salary with other employees. I'm paid a good bit more than others, being cross-trained and having relevant experience and education to back it up. The issue is, I'm paid more than the assistant manager, and she's pissed that I make $2 more than her and has 8 years with the company, and I've only been here 2 months. My boss says it's a final notice. Next time is termination as per company rules. I pointed out that this is in violation of not 1, but 2 federal laws. And she retorted, "This is a right to work state. I'll fire you for chewing gum, don't press it." So I bit my tongue and worked my shift without complaint. I get home, do a little research, and find the exact place to help me: the National Labor Relations Board. I talk to an agent who helps me through the process of filing a claim and helps me upload both the pieces of incriminating evidence, both with corporate approval, and my manager signed confession of retaliation and corporate policy in clear violation of federal law. They can't really defend themselves when they drafted the incriminating paperwork to intimidate me. The real kicker is the penalty. On top of restitution to employees affected, me, they also lose government contracts. This hurts my job extra hard as a pharmacy. As a pharmacy tech, I know for a fact that 50+% of our money is from Medicare and Medicaid programs that we will lose permanently. I've already got a job lined up, and I was planning on jumping ship the day I started my new one, but I couldn't be happier to burn the ship down on the way out. I haven't even informed my current job that I'll be leaving the second my background check clears, and I pick up my badge with a real healthcare provider that will actually put my skills to use. Poor Kay better hope she doesn't chew any gum, because her boss is gonna crucify her when they get served with papers. Kay can blame me all she wants, but at the end of the day, she wrote her own termination paperwork by vilifying me for exercising my rights. Pretty petty on my part, but when you get a rare chance to end a beast, why not take the golden opportunity? You just cannot feel bad for that Karen. I kind of feel bad for the pharmacy as a whole, but I mean, I guess they empowered somebody like Karen to be in that position. I guess the only thing I wish is like if they fired the employee responsible, you would hope that maybe they could get those government contracts back. I hate to see a whole place get absolutely tanked because one manager was just that awful. But not to mention, not only should they have been clearly aware that threatening to fire you because you discussed your wages or giving you a warning because of it is completely illegal, regardless of right to work or not, but also to just be dumb enough to draft up an incriminating piece of paperwork that clearly is intimidating OP. This Karen clearly had no idea of what they can and can't truly do. Steal my alcohol? Try drinking it with habaneros. My fiance has a coworker who's an alcoholic to the fullest. Without alcohol, it seems he can't function, so he's got a problem to say the least. Well, my fiance likes to drink as well, but in his free time. And off of work, well, his boss hosts weekly cool-out nights for all the workers to just chill and relax. These past weeks, my fiance has brought his bourbon, and it's always had liquor stolen out of it. We didn't think much of it because all the boys seem to share their drinks and whatnot, but it always seems to be his bottle that gets the most taken from. His boss put up cameras recently in his house, and when nobody was paying attention, he saw that this one coworker was taking an absurd amount of shots out of his bottle. We already assumed it was him, but we just didn't know, so now we had proof. The next week, my fiance put habanero sauce in his alcohol to test the waters because he was just trying to see if coworker was going to do it again. Sure enough, when everyone was playing ping pong in the back deck, coworker tries to take some shots. All we hear is gagging and coughing. Well, coworker messed up. He's telling everyone that his throat hurts and feels like it's on fire, saying, "What the freak is this?" Needless to say, coworker never drank from my fiance's bottle ever again. If you knew that no matter what you did, they would keep siphoning little by little of your drink, would you toss something spicy in there just to get their reaction, even at the cost of totally ruining the bottle? Let me know in the comments down below. Our next story is by DM Trilly, Glass Bottles on the Street. We have an ongoing feud with the next door neighbor over parking. At the moment, he only has one vehicle after his fireworks fiasco on New Year's Eve that prompted the fire department and police to blast out windows on his Escalade and spray water where they had to. His Escalade was towed away on New Year's Day due to extensive damage by his own hand, the fireworks, and the fire department. He had a double car garage, a spot in front of it, and a spot along the alley that he can park his remaining car. He's one of those people who he thinks own the spot on a public street right in front of their own house. He gets all butthurt when we park there because he refuses to park his only car anywhere on his property and feels entitled to the spot in front of his house. An hour ago, my girlfriend went to the store. When she came back, she could see something shimmering in the street as she was about to park. She stopped, got out, and found glass beer bottles placed in the only snow mounds of 2 inches high right where the car was parked. They weren't there when she left. We don't drink that brand of beer. One couldn't argue that they were knocked over from his trash because he doesn't put his garbage out. He piles his in the car and takes it somewhere. This is some really petty behavior. Are they like trying to place it so that they'll run it over, get glass shards, and maybe puncture the tires? I don't know about you, but I don't think that's very illegal if that's what's going down. In fact, if OP finds out that that is the truth, they should start looking for those regulations and rules because there might be a case to be had. Our next story is by IBS Means No Pizza, T-shirts in the drawer. My darling husband can be quite anal retentive about his t-shirts. He doesn't like that they get creased in the drawers and he can't see the logos to choose what to wear. So he goes out and buys a t-shirt folder. You've probably seen them used by Sheldon on The Big Bang Theory, and he expects me to use it. FYI, I do really think it's a good way of storing tops. It's just that using the folder is another chore I'm expected to share. So I remove all of his t-shirts from the drawer, folded them and put them back, but I make sure every one of them is inside out, so he can't tell which is which without taking them out and turning them right side out. He never said anything to me about it. I've done this 4 times now. This morning, he told me to leave his clean t-shirts on the bed and he'll put them away in the future. Mission accomplished. Hey, I mean, I feel like that's actually kind of a proven way to get out of some jobs. If you just more or less suck at those jobs and don't do a good enough job to make anybody happy, it definitely increases your chances of somebody seeing that and going, okay, you know what, it's fine, I'll just take over, don't worry about it next time. This darling husband's probably like, man, I gave them this t-shirt folder and they still can't get it right. Okay, alright, I'll organize it myself right next time, don't worry. This next story is by PIS for Pair. I set my classmate up to fail. A couple of years ago, I was studying at university. I've always done well in school, and am the kind of person who tends to end up running the group during group assignments. In one of my classes, I ended up in a group along with 7 others. So in total, there were 4 women and 4 men. Every week, we'd have an assignment that we got to spend Monday to Thursday preparing for, and then on Friday, we'd meet up for a seminar with the other groups, as well as the teachers to present our work. Out of the 8 members, 7 of us took it seriously. One of the men was always, and I do mean always, late. Not 10 to 15 minutes, more like 45 to 90 minutes. At first, bad teammate blamed it on getting lost trying to find us, which didn't make sense, because the setup was that the teachers booked rooms for each group to prepare in, and we always had the same room. Everyone knew where it was, right next to our main lecture hall, which this guy didn't have any issue locating because he showed up for lectures. Then he said he'd misread the schedule and thought we started an hour later, but just like with the room, it was the same time every day. When bad teammate finally did show up, it became clear he hadn't read the literature or taken any notes, and the rest of us had to spend half of our time explaining the very basics to him instead of doing the actual assignment, and then stress or work late in order to finish. Normally, I don't mind helping people with school. I know sometimes people struggle, whether it's due to learning disabilities, health issues, family problems. I've been in that position myself. What I do hate is people who try to weasel their way out of doing anything simply because they don't feel like it, but then still expect full credit. Still, we as a group tried to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. We checked in with him, offered to explain the assignments, reminded him which chapters we needed to read, and so on. It didn't help. Every Friday seminar, the teacher had a list with all of our names. Everyone had to make at least one comment or answer one question in order to get a passing grade. Higher grades, of course, required more participation, but that was the minimum. So when one of us spoke, the teachers crossed us off the list. When there was around 15 minutes left, the teacher would call out the names of those who hadn't participated and remind them that if they didn't speak, they'd receive a failing grade and have to do an individual written assignment to make up for it. Every week, bad teammate got called out, and every week he'd keep quiet. After about a month of this, I started to think that maybe this guy had a severe phobia of public speaking, and that he was intentionally failing so that he'd get to do written assignments instead. It was sad, but I didn't know what else to do since none of our previous attempts at supporting him had worked. Our last seminar that semester was a bit different from the others. We were still allowed to prepare in groups if we wanted to, but at the seminar, everyone was expected to present individually. Our group agreed to do most of the prep on our own and then just meet up for a quick check-in before the seminar. During the meeting, it became clear that we had misinterpreted some of the questions and we hurried to fix it. Again, bad teammate was super late. He showed up as we were still correcting our answers, but he must have thought we were all done because he said, "Sorry I'm late. I guess I missed the prep, so if one of you could just take pictures of your notes and send it to me, that'd be great." We all went quiet for a moment. Then we told him that no, we actually weren't quite done yet, so it'd be great if he could sit down and help correct the last couple of questions. Bad teammate looked nervous at that, then said sure, he just had to run to the bathroom first. He disappeared for another 20 minutes, and when he came back, he tried the same thing again. "You're probably done with the prep now, so just send me the notes." Before we could say anything, the teachers called us inside. Bad teammate didn't get our notes, and predictably, he didn't say a word during the seminar either. Fast forward a couple of days later, and bad teammate starts texting me, asking for my notes from all of the seminars because He totally took notes each time, he just forgot to save the document on his computer, and now he has to hand in 7+ written assignments to make up for the seminars. I was visiting family at that time, so I told him truthfully that I didn't have access to my notes because they're all by hand, and I didn't bring my notebooks. He kept insisting that I give him my notes. I later found out he'd been pestering the other girls in the group too for their notes, but not the boys. At this point, I was very tired and irritated, so I decided to send him some notes, just not the ones he wanted. Remember the last seminar where we realized we'd misunderstood some of the questions and gotten the answers completely wrong, so we had to correct them right before walking into the classroom? I compiled our incorrect answers, threw in some other unrelated stuff for good measure, and sent it to him. He sincerely thought I just handed him the perfect cheat sheet that he could just copy. I don't think he passed. I don't know about you guys, but I think this guy was probably beyond saving. It seemed like they had totally mentally checked out. I don't know what's going on in their life, but I hope it's not too bad. But this dude seemed totally complacent and just letting things go, not doing anything and not getting anything done on time. It's not really a great surprise that they went and sunk themselves. And our final story of the day is by Chuck It Bucket. So I recently had a run-in with the UPS. UPS smashed a nearly new MacBook that I sent with them. I asked them nicely to pay me back for it, and they butted about, blaming me, blaming my packaging, saying it was impossible they damaged it, etc. I was able to prove my packaging was flawless and get a statement from the Apple shop that I took it to say it was damaged by being dropped or thrown. I could also prove it worked when I sent it. They weren't interested and messed me about for weeks, sending me from pillar to post, even threatening to make me pay interest on custom charges, which I wasn't liable for, as the laptop was smashed on arrival and thus worthless at import. I took it to small claims. They hired a lawyer who sent me letters saying they contested it and would go for full fees, etc. if I lost. I went for it anyway. I did Law Stuff University, so I knew the basics, and I thought my case was pretty clear-cut. I won. I won my costs back, plus extra, plus interest. They ignored the court order and did not pay. Now, this laptop was originally being sent to my beloved mother-in-law. She asked me to help her with the problems, as UPS were also seriously harassing her for the customs fees. However, very unexpectedly, before I could resolve it, she passed away. It was the last thing she ever asked me to do for her. I loved that woman more than pretty much any human on this planet. She was my mother, my best friend, and my mentor. Taking down UPS was now my personal vendetta. I researched my options. I could have taken the usual, more conservative legal routes to reclaim my money, but no, screw them. I don't care about the money anymore. I want revenge. I want drama. I want karmic justice. I went to the high court. I got a writ of control. I, of course, added on more fees and more interest. I then hired the most aggressive bailiff firm in London. I trusted that the crappy processes and attitude of UPS to mean they would ignore the letters and actually get a visit. They did. The bailiffs rock up at UPS headquarters and explain the situation. UPS refuses to pay, so the bailiffs start listing goods. Security tries to make them leave. The office manager tries to bully them out. Obviously, no poops are given by the bailiffs, and they crack on with their jobs. I wasn't allowed the body cam footage, but they did send me a detailed report. The final conclusion is copied from it below. Calls were then made to the accounts manager, who arrived in a hurry. As no payment was forthcoming from them, the agent again explained the removal process and costs involved, and called the office for approval to begin removals. The agent began to seize assets. The finance director then arrived on the scene. He was not at all happy about the attendance, but ultimately agreed to pay a voluntary payment in full from his personal account in order to stop the removal. I know it's a drop in the ocean to UPS, but I got more than double what I originally asked for to replace the laptop. They would have had to pay even more on top of fees to the bailiffs. I reckon it cost them at least 3 times more than the original claim in the end. But mostly, I just enjoy the mental image of the flustered finance director and his impotent rage. having to pay his own money to stop the heavies taking desktop computers and fancy pot plants and things out of their swanky head office lobby. Well, first of all, my condolences to OP. I can't imagine having to experience, in a moment like that where there's a lot going on, losing somebody like that. It definitely makes you proud to see OP go, alright, I know my rights, I know how these things can shake up. I'm not going to fold at threats, I'm gonna take this all the way. Even applied pressure to them, and in the end, they were the ones folding. Practically saying, okay, please take the money. Just leave my fancy potted plants alone. Tried to throw me under the proverbial bus, ran herself over. I was building an online training module at work that's intended to teach existing users how to work a new process. It has interactive elements, quizzes, segments to work through, a few sample scenarios, etc. Now, we'd recently got a new associate director, who from what I can tell advanced through the company by throwing other people under the bus. She gets promoted not for her own merits, but because at the end of the day, she has less mud sticking to her than other applicants. It's uncanny to the point that there simply had to be more to it than stupid office politics. I'll get to that in a bit. So after I have the first draft of the module done, it gets sent out for the usual round of testing. And there are, of course, a couple of things that need to be corrected. I build the module off the notes the subject matter experts leave me, and a few things inevitably get lost in translation. But this new associate director just rips it to shreds, complaining that it's completely incomprehensible, needs to go in much greater detail, asking questions about nearly every individual mouse click in the sample scenarios, and overall stating that it's impossible to follow. The thing is, this module is intended for our finance department, for people who have a background in finance and have already been trained on how to use our internal software. She's a training services associate director with a teaching background. The module isn't supposed to make sense to a former middle school social studies teacher, it's supposed to make sense to people with finance degrees. I push back and try explaining this to her in a million different ways, but she's having none of it. So I have to go back to the subject matter experts with her around 20 pages worth of criticism, and at first they think I'm joking. I had to forward her email before they finally believed me. So for the next 2 weeks, we're going over every nuance, including readdressing everything that was covered during their 3-week classroom training. How to set up their network drives, how to set up Outlook, including things as nuanced as, if you don't know how to set up your email signature, click here. I mean really basic stuff that has nothing to do with what the module was originally supposed to teach. But I now had to include it all because our new associate director couldn't find the on switch if you stapled her finger to it. This wastes my time, the subject matter expert's time, and time spent re-recording all the voice work. If you've done voice work in the past, you know you never get it in one take. After it's all done, I send it back out for review and approval, and the associate director simply doesn't respond. A week passes. The finance director takes an interest in why this module's almost a month overdue. I go to forward the associate director's email again, except now I can't find it. Odd, seeing as how I have a hoarding problem when it comes to email. I check with one of the subject matter experts I was working with. He can't find it either. Turns out none of us can find it. It's gone. So I check with a friend of mine in IT who, after a little detective work, discovers that a week ago, someone did a compliance delete on the Exchange server. This is basically a seek and destroy for messages meeting certain criteria. In this case, a specific phrase she used in her email. I start digging through Outlook trying to find particular emails related to this that might be used to defend my actions, and they're all gone. Inbox, sent items, deleted items, every last one of them. Any email containing that particular phrase anywhere in it. This kind of thing is normally used by admins to mass delete spam or phishing emails from all users at once. Except in this case, someone apparently deleted emails that showed evidence of her awful decisions. My friend in IT can smell a juicy story a mile away and was very interested in seeing where this went. She recovered the deleted emails, and I promptly saved them to a flash drive. For the next few days, every time I had any email with this associate director's name on it, even unrelated stuff, you never know how something might fit together, I saved a copy to the flash drive. I informed the subject matter experts to do the same, and we started building our offline evidence locker. I didn't want to blow the lid on it just yet, I wanted to see if my suspicions were correct. Maybe a lifetime of watching spy movies and cop dramas had corrupted my thinking. Maybe there was another explanation. Who knows? It could happen. I'm not God, I don't know everything. I'll play defense. So after several weeks in total trying to appease this associate director's unquenchable thirst for irrelevant details, and then getting ignored for a week, she finally publishes it and sends it to the finance director to approve so it can go live. Woo! Except the module, which was supposed to be a 30-minute online course, now contained 3 hours of content and went down several irrelevant rabbit holes that had been deemed critical supporting information. As an analogy, imagine designing a training module to teach a nurse how to enter some new CPT codes and being told you have to teach him how to read too, because he might not know what words are. That's how much BS was crammed into this thing. And the finance director, of course, hated it and was surprised that such a rambling mess of a module would come from me of all people, so he calls a meeting with me and the associate director on Tuesday to get some answers. And sure enough, she immediately tried to distance herself from it. Tried to paint it as she made a couple of suggestions and I clearly went way overboard. How I must have sent her a different version that she approved and switched them afterwards. That's not even possible, it would get thrown back into a draft status. She kept trying to talk over me as I voiced my defense, and to his credit, the finance director finally just muted her so I could speak. And boy did I. I explained everything. I shared my screen, popped in my flash drive, and opened my copies of the emails that had supposedly been deleted. Every email exchange where she complained about the material, I pushed back. And she flat out ordered me to build the module in the way I did. She abruptly left the meeting and went offline. The finance director asked if I could send him a copy of all relevant files, and as I did so, I told him they might not be there later, and then explained what I'd learned about someone in IT using the compliance delete. He assures me he'll look into it, and the crap immediately hit the fan. The associate director never logged back on. There was a massive internal audit where people from our previous departments were asked to provide statements. Leadership tried to keep it hush-hush, but you just can't keep something that big under wraps. I don't know the specific whats and hows, but the associate director and one of the IT managers had both left the company to pursue the next stage of their careers, and we sincerely wish them the best. I don't really do the social media thing, but over the next few days, as the rumor did what rumor mills do, I heard their crap absolutely blew up. And it came out that the associate director and the IT manager were having an affair. Now this all went down about a month ago, but as I wrote this post, I thought I'd check the online court records. Both are now facing divorces filed by their respective spouses. So yeah, there's a void in my direct leadership, in IT's leadership, and the entire IT department is getting a shakedown by information security to determine if there were any other leaks. I spent some time reflecting on why this whole series of events happened, and my best guess is she wanted to make a grand entrance by spearheading this masterwork training module that covered every possible scenario and contained any and all information anyone could possibly want. Then, as she started to realize how wasteful, rambling, and unnecessary it was, she realized that her grand entrance would be a grand faceplant. So she tried to erase the evidence and pin all the nonsense on me to save face, but inadvertently set in motion the events that would expose her little arrangement with the IT manager, taking it up the butt in order to cover her butt, I guess. If you're working for a job and a leadership above you is calling for you to make some very questionable choices, in a moment like that, are you going to do whatever you can now to back up any communication? Would you maybe force them to give it to you in writing with a signature before you go and do something like that you know seems like such a terrible decision? Let me know in the comments down below. And our final story of the day is by a non-can't quit. You're replaceable. Okay, bye. I worked for a company for just under 5 years. The company I worked for existed for an additional 10 years prior to me. While I worked at this company, it ballooned to be the #1 provider in the region for its unique service, with about 75% of the market. It was a small business of about 15 employees. I loved my job, and the skills I learned while working there were quite valuable. I loved my team and the clients we provided services for. My twice-yearly reviews with the owner were always 10 out of 10 with no recommendations for improvement. I was exceptional at my job in every way. I handled company operations, HR and payroll, customer service, marketing, employee management, schedules, employee and client training, and many other things at this company. I was also able to step in and do any of my teammates' jobs if they were out sick or on vacation. The owner of the company was giving out a bonus late summer last year, and mine, while being more than previous years, was notably less than my teammates. I asked the owner, "Are the bonuses related to performance? And if so, what could I have done to earn more?" Owner replied, "The bonuses are not performance related, you're just more replaceable than the others." "Oh, okay," I replied, and I proceeded to process each of the bonuses, then went to lunch. I called my spouse to gain wisdom and advice. I was pretty lit, but didn't want to make a rash decision. My spouse is very intelligent, and while they're not a fortune teller, they have an ability to foresee various responses and all the potential outcomes. They're business-wise and have been on the executive team of a large company for the past 21 years, while also serving on several community boards and business advisory boards. We decided together to continue forward with our scheduled vacation and use the time away to calm our minds, relax, have fun, and to also determine the best course of action for me. We were leaving after working one more day, so I worked like all was normal the rest of the day, and the following day, then left on vacation. While away, we discussed several scenarios, the potential outcomes, consulted with a business advisor and a business attorney. With all the advice I received, I determined that upon my return from vacation, I would resign from my role with a 2-week notice. However, in a fit of rage, I was immediately terminated by the owner, which was one of the scenarios we thought would happen, so I was prepared for the owner's poor reaction. During the next couple weeks, I created and opened a competing business offering similar services. However, I offered more customizable options with higher quality service and results. I knew our clients wanted these options and had proposed said options several times at the old workplace, but was never greenlighted to implement the changes for no reason other than the owner didn't come up with the idea, so it was a stupid idea. I also maintained communications with a few people from my old team. My old team did not relay the day-to-day happenings at my previous workplace, and I never asked about the company. However, they would vent to me on occasion. I would listen without comment. I knew service, quality, and the work environment in general suffered since my departure. Morale went down, and clients were less satisfied. I also read the Google and Facebook reviews for the old company. Yikes. Additionally, 2 full-time and 1 part-time persons were hired to fill my role, and a portion of my responsibilities, like HR and payroll, were filled by outside companies. I quickly built up my business and within 3 months was able to hire several of my old teammates. They were able to jump in on day 1 with minimal training, as they were the best employees at my old workplace. The quality of previous workplaces' offerings continued to fall, which sent additional business my way and quickly caused incoming work to be non-existent at the old workplace. My old workplace went from being the #1 provider of unique service in the region to nothing in a matter of months. My previous employer is now searching for gainful employment. I know this because over the weekend, the owner applied for a position at my spouse's company. Side note, I think my spouse's company should bring my previous employer in for an interview, but when they arrive, surprise, I'm the interviewer, and all I say is, "How replaceable am I now?" My spouse, rightfully so, has said no. Moral of the story, don't tell your employers they're replaceable because they might create a competing business that's better than yours while taking your best employees and your clients, which will leave you with no business to sell. Owner's whole retirement plan was to sell the business and starting all over by searching for employment under someone else. Looks like your whole company was replaceable, not me. I definitely appreciate how much research and introspection OP took upon this. This is definitely the way to go about it too. This owner is gonna go to you and say, "Nah, I'm stiffing you because you're the most replaceable person here." Well, heck no, you don't take that. You go and you create your own competing company. You get all the best workers to come over to your much better company, both in quality and workplace environment, and you crush that old employer into the dirt and show them who was truly replaceable. If I was OP, I'd be sitting in the head office of my workplace. I'd put my feet up and I'd think back at that old employer, that old owner searching around for work, take a sip of some tasty drink and enjoy it. I just hope OP is so incredibly proud of themselves for doing what, honestly, anybody in that position would aspire to do. Not only left that company, but crushed them like the bug they are. Guy interrupts me whenever I spoke, so I do the same to him. I, 22-year-old female, work at a kiosk in the mall, and a 20-something male works at the kiosk right beside ours. I disliked him from the first month I started working there because it was pretty self-explanatory. He's a jerk and says a lot of misogynistic things. I usually ignore and don't partake in the conversation, but when it's a joint conversation with my coworkers, who are all men, and I'm talking, if he gets bored or doesn't want to wait till I'm done, he'll face the other guy and stop me halfway so he can talk about whatever he wants. The other guys don't pick up on it or are used to doing this as well, so I completely stopped engaging if he's around. Recently, a new girl started working, and he tried to do the same to her, and she picked up on it. The very first time itself, he tried to interject 4 times. He actively tried to stop her from talking 4 times, and she would not budge. Continue talking to me and our other coworker. At that point, I just decided screw him. So now on, whenever he struts over to our kiosk to talk and he tries to talk to anyone, I interrupt him midway and start a new conversation or pull my coworker into doing a task. Every time without fail. It's enough to keep me content at work. We also don't let him get a word in when it's just the girl and me, and I full on ignore him if it's just me at the kiosk. Mini win. I mean, let alone the fact that this guy is misogynistic in doing it specifically to the women. Nobody likes to be part of a conversation and then just get talked over and whatever you were going to say gets ignored. It's giving me social anxiety flashbacks. If you were in a group conversation and you got talked over or ignored like that, would you call them out on it in front of everybody? Would you ask them about it after the fact? Or would you just kind of swallow it and let it go? All you lovely people down in the comments, let me know what you would do in that situation. Our next story is by Ratatouille is my dad. Roommate is disgusting, so I put her toothbrush in a poop-filled toilet. I, 24-year-old female, live in a 2-bedroom with my roommate, 26-year-old female, in a large city. We just moved in with each other 3 weeks ago, and it's been a disaster. We share a bathroom. She refuses to clean, and she's just generally gross. Every morning, she eats breakfast in the bathroom while she's on the toilet. Her breakfast is usually toast, so the crumbs get everywhere, on the floor, on the sink, and even on the toilet. This has attracted roaches, and we even found a dead mouse in the toilet last weekend. I found that she also has a hard time remembering to flush the toilet when she's done. So I'm often greeted with a toilet full of pee, poo, and even period blood one time. She also leaves 400,000 different makeup and skincare products on the small sink. So the only thing I can leave on there is my toothbrush. Every time she leaves the bathroom, my toothbrush somehow ends up on the dirty butt floor. I've had pieces of her hair stuck to it, crumbs from her breakfast, etc. After the approximately 10 times my toothbrush was pushed to the floor, I decided to just keep it in my room. I've asked her nicely to please try to not knock down my toothbrush, but she always lies and says it wasn't her. I also talked to her about the eating in the bathroom and not flushing, but nothing got through to her. A few days ago, I forgot to bring my toothbrush back to my room after I used it that night, and once again found it on the floor. She also left a lovely surprise in the toilet for me. Yes, it was full of poo. I had had enough, so I put her toothbrush in the poop-filled toilet and left for work. She gets back from work before me, so she sent me several angry texts about her toothbrush in the toilet. I told her I didn't know what she was talking about. I don't know how anybody can act so disrespectful to a shared space like that, and not just the shared space, but like the belongings of the other person in that shared space, and then act all high and mighty or surprised when tables turn and their stuff is treated with disrespect like they've been treating others. I feel like this is only fair, mainly because OP has not even really complained or tried to enforce anything. Like they willingly kept their toothbrush in their room to avoid any issues. They let them just keep those 400,000 products on the sink. OP made every concession and then this person just keeps knocking it on the floor like a cat. This next story is by Mark Miller 04. I'm a general contractor and had a guy from Craigslist screw me on a job. I got him back though. I had a demo and cleanup job I needed 5 guys for to be sure it was completed on time. I have 3 full-time workers, so I posted an ad for 2 guys to help finish the demo and cleanup. Got a response. A guy and his roommate will work for $22 an hour, etc. Told them to be on site at 8. 8:30 hits, they're nowhere to be seen. I call, he tells me his roommate woke up late, but ensures me they're on their way. From where he said they lived to my job was about 30 minutes. So 9:30, still no show. Call, he says they need to stop and get gas and a bite to eat. 10 a.m. hits, and at this point, I figure he's just messing with me, so I play into it. He never shows up. About 6 months later, need more help in another job, post an ad, and the same guy responds. I figure, I don't want him on my job, but I can mess with him. I give him an address in the hills and tell him to be there at 8. I fully expect that he pulls the same crap, so I just go about my day. Well, about 8:45, he calls me and is pissed because he was at that house at 8 and no one answered. Then he had to drive back down the hill about 30 minutes to get service to call me. I profusely apologize and tell him that I had to go to the lumberyard, but that I'm on my way back. So go back to the house and I'll be there in 45 minutes. 2 hours later, he calls me cussing me out. So worth it. I guess that's kind of the risk you take posting these Craigslist ads and just kind of hoping these guys show up. But yeah, the same guy flakes you for an entire day. I think it's fair if you flake on them for an entire day too. Just a little taste of their own medicine, especially considering their excuses weren't even excuses. Our next story is by Stretch Armstrong. Can you still cover my shift? I worked for Subway a while back and always took on people's shifts because people are lazy and I like money. One day, I got a call from a girl, I'll call her Gertrude, who I worked with at another store, asking me to cover her for the following day because she sprained her ankle. I was scheduled to work at the same time as her, but promised I'd do my best to find someone to cover for her. Unfortunately, the only person who wasn't working or unavailable was the biggest screw-up in the store. Karen seems fitting. I reached out to Karen, told her Gertrude's predicament, and that she was scheduled for a 6-hour shift, which followed mine. I told her I'd stay and cover her shift if she worked the 4-hour shift for Gertrude. I was actually surprised when Karen said yes. I called Gertrude back to tell her the good news, and all was well in the universe. The next morning, 2 hours before Gertrude's shift started, she called me all concerned, asking if I knew anyone else that could cover the shift. I asked her what happened to Karen, and she said Karen texted her saying she can't make it. I was pissed. I texted Karen and asked why she couldn't go, and she said she didn't have a ride. I told Gertrude, who then offered to pick Karen up and drop her back off. I texted Karen to tell her Gertrude was down to drive her, and all I got back was, "Nah, I'm good." I was so freaking mad, especially since I was the one who came up with the bright idea to give Karen any semblance of confidence. I apologized profusely, and Gertrude said she'd figure something out. Turns out, she ended up working for 2 hours on a jacked up ankle before her manager came in to send her home. When I was almost done with my shift, Karen texted asking, "Can you still cover my shift?" Any other day, I would have said yes without hesitation, but she made me look bad and made a poor girl go to work on her feet with a busted ankle. So I waited until a half hour before her shift started and responded, "Nah, I'm good." Karen shows up pissed as heck, and I didn't say a word to her. I sent Gertrude a screenshot of the convo, and she was super grateful and said I made her day. Does this make me an Avenger? Or a Revenger at least? Honestly, the pure audacity of some people to act like careless, well, jerks, and then turn around and be like, "Hey, so you know that thing you said you were gonna do for me? Even though I didn't help you out at all and kind of flaked on you, are you still gonna do that for me?" It's like, what do you think? No? You scratch your back and then you want me to scratch yours as well? It's not how it works. Our next story is by Man Has No Username. So you enjoyed criticizing my home, huh? This year for Christmas, we had my in-laws over for the very first time. We haven't lived here long, so the place still requires some prettying up and final touches. Anyway, as soon as mother-in-law steps over the threshold, she starts complaining and pointing out things which she doesn't like. The lights we chose, the front door, the kitchen, the tiles, practically everything. I pretended not to hear and carried on. A week later, they invited us over to their 50-year-old home. Surprise! The last time the wall saw a lick of paint, Nixon was still president, Germany had a really big wall which would have made Trump proud, and hard drives were the size of cars. Mold and cobwebs everywhere, broken tiles, torn curtains, you name it. That was a fun short 8-minute tour where I pointed out everything which is wrong in a really concern for the health and safety voice. I mean, mold can kill you, as a certain Mr. Dwight Schrute taught us. And broken tiles can trip you up, can't they? See, what I don't really understand here is why are these people coming into OP's house and saying, oh, look at this, oh, look at that needs repairing, that should do with a facelift or a repair, and then turn around and allow them to come into their home, which has mold and cobwebs everywhere? It's like, read the room, mother-in-law Karen. They lobbed up the perfect softball for OP to walk into their house, take one good look around, look at their lime green furniture from the 70s, and say something along the lines of, oh, you want to talk about my house, but your place looks like this? It's like you're walking into a forgotten 1960s museum. Probably got all kinds of moldy, cobwebby antiques in that place. And our final story of the day is by TC Rambo. Owners didn't want to give me what I deserved. Now they're about to lose a $3 million contract because I resigned. I'm a young project manager for an unlimited commercial general contractor. I picked up a hammer for the first time 6 years ago, no prior experience. I was raised believing if you work hard and apply yourself, you'll be successful. For 2 years, I learned everything that I could in the construction industry. Took my work home with me and studied on my own time to better myself. For that, I was promoted to foreman. I was brought in to take over a small project at a 12-building, 120-unit condo complex. It started small, and the board of directors for the HOA told me they loved my professionalism, work ethic, and ability to complete projects on time and under budget. We won a big contract because of that small project. That was 3 years ago. I've since taken over the job of foreman, superintendent, and project manager. I do the billing, meetings with engineers and board members, scheduling, takeoff, material ordering. I even train the subs on application of new products because we didn't have enough mid-management. The project just passed $2.7 million. We got a bid request for another $3 million job in the same complex. All the while, the board of directors telling me how appreciative they are and how they've gone through 5 different contractors in the years before committing to my company because of my management and quality of work. This boosted my confidence, and I went to the owners asking for the raise they promised me 1 year ago for my production. They told me, the experience you're gaining is far more valuable. I said, you're right. I put my resume on public, got contacted by a headhunter, just accepted an offer this week for $80,000 a year salary, full benefits, 28 days PTO including holidays, in the office now, no more working from the field, full in my own truck, laptop, Wi-Fi in my truck for on-the-go billing when I visit out-of-the-state projects, 100% matching 401k for the first 3 years of my employment, quarterly bonus programs. The company I'm with now only pays me $40,000. And that's it, none of the above listed benefits. The final nail in the coffin was when the owners bragged about how much my project made in a company meeting and then denied me a Christmas bonus. I laid this offer on their desk Friday and watched their jaws hit the floor. I told the HOA board president of the project I'm running about my resignation when they couldn't match me my offer. His eyes got big and requested a meeting with the owners and expressed serious concern about moving forward with the new project without my involvement. They don't have anyone to replace me, and I'm not gonna lie, it feels good to hurt their pockets when I gave them everything I had for 6 years and only asked for the median project manager salary. Screw those greedy jerks. I'm sorry, but if this HOA says, because of this one guy, you're going to get this $3 million job, you probably would want to give that guy just about as much salary as you possibly can to keep them happy as long as it's profitable. Like, yeah, that's double their salary and a lot of benefits and whatnot, but if you don't do that, you lose out on a $3 million project. And probably future work with these people too. Seems like a no-brainer, but I guess they can't affect their bottom line too much, even though it's going to affect their bottom line big time. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So of all these stories I've read today, which is your favorite and why? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you haven't yet, if you could like and subscribe, that would mean a lot to me. Whatever you do, whether it's liking, subscribing, turning notifications on, all of it helps grow this channel and I appreciate the heck out of it. So until next time, I'll see you all tomorrow with some more stories. Force me to deploy? I'll kill your career. Let's go back a few years. I was a combat engineer platoon sergeant. We'd recently gotten a new company commander who thought his poop didn't stink. My first interaction with him was when I got back from running an M240B range, where I was told he wanted to speak to all leadership immediately in the conference room. Well, it took 3 hours for him to arrive, and despite First Sergeant calling many times, he insisted we stay. The entire meeting was him bragging about himself and saying that he was trying to get the company slotted for a deployment to the Middle East, as well as how excited he was to go. I spoke up and basically said he's an idiot but with more words, which ended the meeting, which got me a stern talking to and thinly veiled threats. This captain had been in for 15 years and never once got deployed. That takes effort and a lot of figurative Richard sucking. He only wanted to go now because he was up for major. It turned out brigade had a mission and asked for volunteers. Captain Idiot volunteered me to go despite knowing I'd gotten myself married a week earlier. I made it very clear I didn't want to go to the higher-ups. I was told it was between myself and the captain. Well, a month out, my sister-in-law ended things immediately after she miscarried at 33 weeks. Found them both in the basement of their house. Well, Captain Idiot didn't care. No leave, and I was still to leave about a week after the funeral. Screw him. I walked in to talk to the command sergeant major and was immediately dropped from deployment. But the captain was so far up the battalion commander's butt that nothing happened to him. After about 8 months later, Captain Idiot got his wish. Headquarters platoon and one other were slotted to deploy. Of course, because I had the most combat experience and most deployments in the platoon, he naturally decided that's why my platoon should go. Now, in order to deploy, you first have to go a month-long field exercise where you're graded on performance. This generally applies to the higher levels of leadership. By this time, I was just pissed. So I got my squad leaders together and improvised a few missions. First, everyone was to follow the captain's instructions as literally as possible, no matter how dumb, and not give any advice. This led to us getting absolutely destroyed in training, which was glorious. Secondly, and most importantly, was the psychological aspect. So this idiot commander would go to bed nightly at 2100 no matter what. In the deserts of California, you can find all sorts of creepy crawlies to slip in a sleeping bag while sprinkling juice on his uniform. They'd also periodically hide some of his gear or render his rifle inoperable. So for days this went on. Poor guy slept very little because I ensured his tent was over the top of a beehive. These bees hated any vibration and loved juice. The idiot never realized why he was constantly getting stung. As we were to be falling under a new brigade, I had to go meet the higher-ups and, wouldn't you know it, the colonel we were set to fall under turned out to be my first company commander, who I got along great with. I pulled him aside and called up my squad leaders, where we basically told him Captain Idiot was going to get someone killed, pointed out his erratic behavior, and the overall poor performance. Needless to say, he was quickly relieved of command, career killer, and sent back to work in an office where he belonged. As for myself and my platoon, I still didn't want to go, but the new company commander was my old platoon leader for my second deployment. Plus, I couldn't let my guys go without me. Turned out it would be my last deployment, as some injuries force you out of the military, but everyone came back alive. If you were in OP's shoes and you know that you got that incompetent guy canned and their career essentially killed, but you still had to go on that deployment, would it make it all worth it just for getting that guy out of that position? Or does having to go on that deployment mean the ending was never truly satisfying? Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Our next story is by Stop Wage Slavery. To all the young kids who grew up poor or without a proper education, I was very poor, and I had a high school teacher who told me I would never measure up in the real world. Now I'm a demand planning manager for a Fortune 500 company making almost 6 figures. You matter, you are loved. I just want to provide hope for young souls who get beat down by older adults for no reason or for being poor. In fact, no older adult should beat down a young person. older adults should build younger adults and young kids up. Either way, here we go. If any youngin' are listening, I'm over 30. I had a few teachers back in my day tell me I would never amount to anything or never measure up because I enjoyed life and I was a big goof. But most of all, I was poor. That was probably the reason I goofed a lot. You hide the pain with jokes and laughter when that's all you have. Anyway, I enjoyed goofing with my friends and playing games. I enjoyed the companionship of a close girlfriend. I'm cisgendered male who's attracted to women. But most of all, I never had a teacher or an adult who let me know that I had a bright future. Most of my teachers or adults told me I was headed down a wrong path. The only person who believed in me was my mom. Fast forward 14 years in the future, and I'm now very successful in my career and my relationships. Now thinking back on it, I would never tell a kid like me at 14 years old who went through many traumas and a divorce that you would never amount to anything. This post is for the kids who feel like I did. You'll make it out. You'll be happy. You'll be able to look back on this and smile like I am right now. The teacher's opinion doesn't matter. You're smart, strong, and intelligent. You're worthwhile. Keep that head high. Don't be ashamed of your past, but rather look at it as a chapter in your life that shaped you. This is definitely a great story. It might be that piece of inspiration that some kid needs during a really tough time. And I have a lot of respect for OP for just trying to put something out there into the world that maybe goes into the mind of some kid that really needs it at that time. We definitely don't need any of these people whose positions are literally to foster growth, instead being these rude, shameful people that say you'll never amount to anything. It's simply not true. Our next story is by Karate Kid 84 fan. Shoplifter gets away, but gets their car towed instead. Not my personal story, but my friend who tells me all kinds of war stories from work. This one I had to share. My friend works at loss prevention at a chain department store. One day, he spots a woman stealing about $300 worth of jewelry. Before he can get down there and confront her, she left the store. However, she left her car keys at the counter. So he takes them and goes to the parking lot, finds the car it belongs to, no one inside yet, and locked the door. Then he just waits, assuming they'll figure out they left their keys in the store and come try to retrieve them, but no one ever shows up. At this point, he assumes they got a ride, so he calls a tow truck company to tow their vehicle, at the owner's expense of course, and gets it towed to an out-of-state lot. Just imagine that doofus who decides, okay, I'm gonna try to steal jewelry from a chain department store, and then not only that, but once they walk out, they're like, wait, where's my keys? And then they just take an Uber? Call a taxi? Not the sharpest tool in the shed. Definite L on the forehead. Our next story is by Indigo Wolf. Get me in trouble with dad? No, how about I get you scared for your life? When I was a teenager, I lived in the SeaTac area. We were about a 45-minute drive from Seattle proper. My town was considered a small town, even though it was surrounded by larger cities. One lovely summer day, my friends and I decided to go to a lake to hang out. Only one of us had a license and car. We'll call him Dopey. My dad told me we had to be home by 6 p.m. When we left town, it was only noon, and each of us discussed and agreed to be home by 6. My curfew was the earliest one that day, but it was because my family had plans that night I needed to be back for. So 6 teenagers pile into Dopey's Gremlin. If you don't know, a Gremlin's a pretty small, gutless car. We head to the lake for about 5 hours and have a great time. Then it was time to go home. Dopey decides that he needs to go to Seattle first to talk to someone. I remind him that I have to be home in an hour, and he promised to get me home, so I'll make sure that happens. He scoffed at that part. We climb back in his car and head to Seattle. Not much I could do about that. We get to his friend's house, and Dopey tells us to wait in the car. He goes inside, and he's in there for about half an hour. I'm getting more and more pissed, and pretty sure he's there for some sort of drug deal. I start laying on the horn until he comes out. He's super angry about that. I'm sure drug dealers don't like that kind of attention at their home. So we're on the freeway, and he's in the right lane doing 45. He's being petty and making sure I'm late enough to get grounded. Speed limit's 60, traffic's moving about 70. I'm seething and he's smirking. I look around and spot a Richard truck. You know the type, giant tires, lights everywhere, rolling coal. I see 3 guys crammed in the cab. they're in their early 20s. Perfect. I catch their eye and start making rude gestures. I flip the bird. I make gestures suggesting they give one another noggin, and anything I can do to piss these guys off. It works. Oh boy, does it work. They get right behind us with their giant truck and start revving the engine and flashing lights. Now, Dopey's scared that these guys are gonna beat his butt, and he doesn't know why. We made the 45-minute drive back in about 20 minutes, and I got home on time. The truck stopped following us when we exited the freeway. As I was getting out of the car, I told Dopey that next time, I'd just tell my daddy it was his fault if we were late, because my daddy would not give up on beating his butt like the guys in those truck did. It was a wonderful moment, watching his jaw drop when he realized I was the cause of our high-speed chase. I mean, that's a pretty intense story, honestly. Imagine being so dead set on getting some form of revenge that you're willing to upset these truckers and get them to kind of tailgate you while you're driving down the freeway. I mean, it was effective. If you wanted your friend to hit the gas, that's definitely one way to get them to do so. And our final story of the day is by an anonymous poster. Am I the jerk for exposing my mom, sister, and cousin at a family event? I, 21-year-old female, live with my mom, 56-year-old female, and sister, 25-year-old female. I work part-time and clean houses on my off days to pay for school, rent, and other necessities. So my savings are about 12 grand. My mom and sister have well-paying jobs, but can never budget and have bad spending habits. I recently found out that my safe, disguised as a book, was missing. I put my money and cash in a safe book in a hidden area because my sister and mother had 2 incidents of taking money from me. I forgave them, but I'm not stupid as they will jump at the chance again. So all my money is bent at the right-hand corner. I have pictures and videos of them bent, numbers of some bills, safe, and being bent. Furthermore, I found it broken open in the garage bin, covered and wrapped in cardboard. My cousin, 24-year-old female, was over the other day and I said hi to her in the kitchen, and she was carrying the same cardboard. It was from a ginger ale box. Go to the backyard with my mom and sister outside already. I just came into the kitchen to wash my hands and go upstairs and shower as I came home from school and was on the bus. Helps keep COVID away. I decided to check the wallets of my mom's and sister's, and there was bills with the bent corners. I took a picture and video as I came up with a plan to be petty. The next day, my extended family was at my aunt's sitting around and talking. I asked my cousins what she was doing with the cardboard at my mom's house with my sister and her. She said she was helping my mom spray paint some frames. My mom likes to refurbish furniture. I said okay. Then I got up to get my bag with the broken book safe and grabbed my sister's and mother's wallet. I came back and dropped the broken book safe in front of my cousin. My sister was close by. I asked her if she knew what this was. She had a surprised look on her face but said nothing. I then turned to my sister and said, "You definitely know what this is." By then, everyone was watching. Next, I showed my family all the pics and videos. I even opened their wallets in front of the family, showing my money with the bended corners in it. One pic clearly showed the numbers on those bills are the same ones in the wallet. My cousin's mom started going off on her daughter for stealing from my family. Most were speechless, but my mom, sister, and cousin tried everything to defend themselves. I then stated I'm being generous by not going to the police right away and giving them a month to return what they owe. Also that I'm moving out. I apologized to my aunt for the trouble. Then I went home and added a lock and chain on my bedroom door. Since then, I've spoken to some family members, but some have said I went overboard and there were less dramatic ways of doing this. So am I the jerk? Bit of a crossover here into ProRevenge territory. I don't think OP's a jerk because the fact of the matter is your own mom and sister are stealing money from you. Even when you try to hide it, they dig it out, find it, and steal it. I feel like you have every right to expose them for stealing money from you like that, dramatic or not. But with that being said, that's all the time we have for today. So of all these stories I've read today, which is your favorite and why? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you haven't yet, if you could like and subscribe, that would mean a lot to me. Whatever you do, whether it's liking, subscribing, turning notifications on, all of it helps grow this channel and I appreciate the heck out of it. So until next time, I'll see you all tomorrow with some more stories.